Welcome back to the HearthStats Champions League. It is the final day. We have 3 more matches for you for this season's HearthStats League. And we've got 3 great matches, 4 great players. And I'm back here casting for you. I'm Callum Leslie, your host. And with me once again, back from yesterday, is Nimsh. Nimsh, we have 2 amazing semi-finals and a big grand. These 4 players, we saw some incredible matches yesterday. And we're going to see some more incredible matches today.
Oh man, I'm so excited for today. Yesterday was a great day. We've seen, as you mentioned, 4 perfect matches with many different decks, some custom changes, and really interesting and intense plays. Some missed lethals and, some small misplays, but still players were playing on a very high level, and I definitely enjoyed those games.
Definitely. It was a crazy day of games. We're going to run them down for you in case you missed them to just make sure you know what games we saw yesterday and how these guys got to where they are. So you can see the bracket on your screen there. First game we started with yesterday was Dart versus Gara. In fact, all the games yesterday were 3-2 apart from the second semi-final, so the second quarterfinal. So they were all very, very close. But Gara managing to come out on top of that did bring his Shaman deck, but it was his Druid at the end of the day that reverse all killed against Dart. And we talked about that all the way through the day, Druid being a deck that was just so dangerous. And Gara just put on an absolute clinic with that Druid deck.
Oh yeah, certainly. That was something that we kind of tried to expect, but still, Gara doing a 3-0 sweep with the Druid was really intense. I was kind of upset that his Shaman got wrecked really early in the game, but then Gara advanced, so maybe we'll see more of that Shaman if it's not going to get banned by Ahri. Definitely, that was a very intense match, and Dart was playing very well, but still Gara came top and won the match.
Definitely, but that was set the tone for the rest of the day. We then went into our second matchup of the day and had our first upset. Ahri being 6-0 of Team Archon. Ahri, one of our open qualifiers, high-ranking legend player, a guy who maybe known a little bit in the underground NA scene, but not that well known in tournament scenes. And he managed to 3-0, who barely dropped a game all the way through the HearthStats League, and did it with his Hunter deck.
Yeah, that was definitely amazing. And we've mentioned before that Ahri won versus Kolento 3-0 as well. So Ahri is right now the killer. Like, he is on a roll, getting through Kolento, getting through 6-0, playing with his Hunter deck, making really good calls in tight spots, and first winning the mirror match and then going through Sixo's decks, where Sixo brought some unexpected, weird, like, well, no, maybe not weird, but definitely intelligent builds. And even though normally people are disadvantaged when they face decks that they don't know, here Ari was able to go through all those Sixos inventions and actually come on top.
Absolutely. And, Ari's a guy who has so many scalps to his name so far in the tournament. He beat Faramir at Impact in his first group stage in the Challengers League. He beat Tiddler Celestial, the runner up in the World Championships, in the second round. And then he beat, I just say, Kalento in the final round and 6-0 on his way here. 3-0 in Kalento. I think possibly with either with the Hunter deck. I can't quite remember. It might have been a Druid. But he certainly played very, very well with that Hunter and piloted it to victory.
Well, that's a definite achievement. And if I would say Ari facing Gara right now, Ari has an edge. After beating all those people, he has momentum. Even though Gara has more tournament experience, Ari didn't show that many decks on his side, and just going with 3-0s, he has that momentum. He has a good chance to win versus Gara and go to the final.
So that's going to be our first semi-final today, and we're going to get into that in just a few minutes. But our third semi-final of the day saw phone qualifier players, one that I was very excited to see back, played very well in Group A. He was defeated by Alchemix 3-2, and Alchemix showed his sort of traditional aggro decks, including his Zoo deck and things like that he used to win victory there. And Alchemix showing why he's not one to be taken lightly as a pro player.
Oh yeah, Alchemix is also a fantastic deck builder. He brought the Shaman as well. Same as Gara, having the Shaman, but a different build. Like, he mostly had a mixture of Mech Shaman and the standard Shaman. And well, Shaman lost, but Alchemix as well as Gara was able to win the series with the Druid. Missing lethal in a funny way, like not silencing his Ragnaros, but still positioning himself to win. A fantastic game before. I think it was Druid versus Warrior, was it, with shades of
Yeah,
Naxxramas, and oh, it was Paladin versus Paladin because there was Tyrion. So getting that shade and being super aggressive in both games as a Druid, like even innervating Druid of the Claw on turn one, and just setting up the pace for the game to take it eventually. So really intense games versus Fontap. Fontap really playing on a level as well, making great decisions. But Alchemix coming on top with that Druid deck and advancing to the semifinal.
and then in our last series of the day, probably the biggest surprise of the day, we saw Dale, who toppled Firebat in his group stage, but then became something of a meme in this tournament by shield slamming with no armor against Ari, which made many people maybe doubt his decision making. He showed that all those doubts were maybe unfounded, as he knocked off Amaz 3-1, the biggest name left in the tournament.
Yeah, a fantastic player from Czech Republic doing checkmate against Amaz. We've seen
There we go.
Dale.
That's the names jokes we paid for. That's what we're
That's the
getting.
name joke. That's the first one for the day. Just to warm myself and warm the viewers. But honestly, Dale, a big surprise, a mystery and a legend right now. Now winning versus Amaz. Amaz got really close to killing Dale both times with Mage and Druid, but they was somehow able to stop Amaz and recover from 5 points of health, like even one. Uh, Having really good reads versus Mage, like seeing the fireball and not attacking into minions when it mattered. If you attack into minions, he would be dead. He didn't. He saw the fireball coming, was able to overcome the situation. Against the Druid, same situation, was able to make smart plays, and even a play that we didn't see at the time with Defender of Argus when we said that Dale is done. Like, he is losing to that Druid. He had this Defender of Argus play and was able to recover from that and win the game. Then versus Priest, he was patient, really patient the whole game, even though he lost because Amaz played it beautifully, knowing the matchup, just for a couple of turns, just hero power pass, which was giving me kind of like a headache because I didn't exactly know what's happening, but I believe that Amaz knows exactly what's happening, and he shot it the last couple of turns, getting the cards he needed and dismantling the warrior. But then still, Dale had 2-1 lead versus Amaz, and taking his Hunter, winning versus Priest. A tough spot for Amaz, who actually was up for like 17 hours. But still, Dale
Yeah, definitely
making
not the
calls.
Yeah, definitely not the easiest day for Amaz. Obviously, you had a very busy week casting Pinnacle, playing in ESL and other tournaments, as well as playing here as well. And we're actually going to see Alchemix versus Dale first. We did mention yesterday, Gara's currently in China with the Tempo Storm team as part of their NEL Chinese excursion. So we're going to give him a little bit more time to get ready and see if we can get him all set up. So we're going to go to Dale versus Alchemix. We may take another quick break just while these guys are getting their decks set up. But this game of Dale versus Alchemix, these are players, every player's fought to get here and every player's had an impressive record. It's not like yesterday was the first we've seen them. All these players had to fight really hard to get here. Dale, he beat the world champion Firebat. There has to be no one that he fears at this point.
Oh yeah, certainly.
So we're going to jump out to a break here very quickly, and then we'll come back with Dale versus Alchemix to get you the classes and the bands, and then we'll get into this first semi-final. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the HearthStats Champions League.
take a chance, as intangible as it may seem. Where would the likes of us be without chances, without our share of mistakes, without heartache, without the chain of circumstances? A vicious cycle, circling a perpetual drain that is life. You only get one chance to make any use of it. So what are you going to do with it? Are you going to wallow at the impending end? Feel sorry for yourselves? Beg for more time? Throw your rage about out of confusion and fear? Or are you going to take that chance? Laughing louder, longer, smiling bigger, loving deeper, craving more than you can handle, being a little audacious now and then, with no regrets. The only thing to regret would be to not take that chance. And that's the only chance I'm unwilling to forsake. So if you must cry, howl your elations. If you must rage, frenzy with an inferno of pandemonium. Being human has many ups and downs. But it's no fault but your own if you depart so contrite. We trip, we fall, we make mistakes, and we regret. Worry is our staple, and values have plummeted between the generations. The struggle isn't between us, though. So live. Live like there's no tomorrow. Live like your life depends on it. Because it very well may.
Okay, guys, welcome back to the HearthStats Champions League semi-finals, which needed that little break to get these guys set up here, get our order reset a little bit, but we can now get into the class screen for this first semi-final and see what classes Dale and Alchemist are bringing. We saw them yesterday, but we're also going to hit the bans for the two choices as well. Now, for those of you who didn't watch yesterday and haven't watched the group stages as well, the format, you can see there's 5 decks. It is a best of 5 for the semi-finals with 2 bans. The bans are done in rounds, so each player will ban one, the information will be shared, and then they'll be able to reevaluate their lineups and make a second ban. When we get to the grand final, it's going to be best of 7 with 7 decks and 3 bans. So we're going to see some really interesting strategy throughout the next couple of hours.
Wow, 3 bans. But still, 2 bans is a lot. And in most tournaments, you ban only 1 class. Here you ban 2. And that allows you for a lot of strategies. You know, you can ban the aggros from your opponent. You can ban just overall good decks if you don't have a strategy. Or maybe ban control. Like, just looking at those lineups right now and being Dale, do you ban Shaman because maybe you didn't practice enough against Shaman? Or do you go for a trusty Hunter and Druid ban? Warlock ban is a good idea as well for both players. You never know what the other is playing. Have we seen the Warlocks from both of them?
We did see. I mean, I don't know if we saw the Warlock.
I think Alchemic's Warlock was
I don't know
banned.
if we saw the Warlock of.
From Dale, it was banned as well. We've seen from Dale, well, at least yesterday, we've seen Warrior and Hunter from Dale. And from Alchemix, we've seen Shaman, Druid, and Warrior. All right. So looking at the classes right now, the players are thinking about the bans, and whoever bans whatever that can be, the class can be picked. Here, Hunter for both players a very strong class. Dale is not playing Druid. That's really interesting. Like Druid being one of the top classes for the lineups, and we've seen, as mentioned before, Alchemix and Gara taking the series with the Druid. Dale doesn't run it. Maybe that's because he will always ban the Druid. He has his Priest, which is also an interesting pick. Like we've seen Amas playing Priest, and it didn't work that well. But Dale has his Priest, and it can be a different build. Like it can be a Control Priest, it can be Death Rattle Priest, Warrior for both. More or less standard. We've seen, I believe, Alchemix was playing Bomb Lobbers. I'm not sure if definitely Dale's playing Defender Vargas. That's something different about his warrior deck, and that helped him yesterday to face Alchemix right now. So Paladin also, we will have a mix of classes. I would say that Warlock is going to get banned on both sides. Dale might ban Alchemix Druids, and Alchemix can ban the Hunter. And we got Callum back.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I can't see you, but I can hear you. So we do get the first ban coming in there. Hunter going to be banned for Dale, and Alchemix is going to get his Warrior banned. That's quite interesting, banning the Warrior. I don't know if I'd maybe go for that as a first ban. I probably would have looked at maybe Hunter or Druid, but Dale deciding he doesn't want to face that Warrior deck of Alchemix.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting choice because he is running Warrior, Paladin, that can possibly counter Warrior. Maybe he's not confident in the mirror match, and Priest also is not that great versus Warrior. If Amaz is playing Priest versus Warrior, that's fine, but maybe really Dale doesn't want to get into that matchup again. It is a very difficult matchup, and Amaz did a lot of choices that were surprising for me personally. Like I was just looking at the cards and I was like, I don't know what to do here, and he was doing the moves and executing them perfectly. But then again, Warrior versus Priest is awkward and tough to play, so maybe that's the reasoning for Dale. And the Hunter ban for Alchemix is kind of standard. Hunter is a deck that's really tough to counter. Also, Dale was playing a very interesting build with Cult Master and kind of like a custom one with Snake Traps. That might be the reason also why Alchemix is banning it.
Yeah, it would be. I think Hunter's a pretty solid ban. I guess sort of Hunter or Druid really are pretty good stock bans against any lineup. And Alchemist is probably going to feel pretty happy at getting the Hunter banned out here, leaving things like the Shaman and Warlock, and actually a fairly aggressive lineup for Alchemist in himself here.
That might be also the case why Dale banned the Warrior, because you do ban the control decks, you leave your opponent with aggro, and you try to counter the aggro with anti-aggro decks like Priest, Warrior, and Paladin.
Okay, so we see the Warlock of Dale getting banned there, and it's actually going to be a Hunter ban on both sides. So the lineups we are left with are Paladin, Warrior, and Priest for Dale. Certainly a very control-heavy lineup. And the Druid, Warlock, and Shaman, we know the Warlock and the Shaman are definitely described as aggro, but the Druid could certainly be construed as an aggro deck as well.
Yeah, the Druid is the combo Druid for Alchemix. So Alchemix has more or less the combo of the aggro lineup. We don't know the Warlock, I believe. Alchemix is a guy who's mostly playing Zoo, but he is competent enough to play any kind of Warlock. I hope this is a Zoo. I would like to see the Zoo from Alchemix. You mentioned before he was playing the Scarlet Crusader
Blood Knight version, yeah.
Zoo, yeah, and that will be really cool to see that. So, but maybe Dale is actually equipped to counter the aggro decks with his Priest, Paladin, and Warrior. So I would give an edge to Dale right now with this lineup, with the anti-aggro control-ish lineup.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I would say so. I think the Priest does really well against the Mech Shaman. I think it does pretty well against the Zoo. I think Warrior, if it gets the right draws and can get the armor out of range, then the Mech Shaman we saw does kind of run out of steam a little bit, and that Paladin can be very reliable as well.
I think the key class in this lineup is Druid. If Druid is, because Druid has an edge versus Warrior, and Druid can have an edge versus Priest with 4 attack minions. and a combo as well. So a priest is a class that needs to get certain cards to be able to counter the class, and if it doesn't versus druid, then druid has an edge. So the paladin will be a deck that can stop the druid. We've seen Dale winning against the druid with the warrior before, but still, this druid can 3-0 the lineup. If druid loses, then Dale definitely will have an edge.
Okay, so we're going to get into this game now and see what game number 1 of the first semi-final is going to look like.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1 Semi-Finals. Dale CZ versus Alchemixed.
Victory or death for Doomhammer.
Okay, so it's going to be the Mech Shaman of Alchemix coming out first, and the Control Warrior of Dale. We see the Fiery War Axe and the Cruel Taskmaster in hand for Dale. Dr. Boom not as useful, but that Fiery War Axe is certainly going to be a pretty crucial card in the early stages of this matchup.
Oh yeah, that's a very important card to get versus the mech decks. But Alchemix's hand is amazing with all the early mechs and a great curve with Piloted Shredder into Lothip into Fire Elemental. So Alchemix has the cards to start the game, but Dale has the cards to counter them. So right now it will be really interesting to see how the game unfolds. With Anoyotron getting coined, it actually stops the Fire War Axe.
Yeah, that's such a horrible start for the Mech Shaman. If you're Dale here, such a horrible start to have to face down, because the Anoyotron's actually a card that's really hard to deal with for Warrior. Real easy way to deal with it. I want to talk about that Bomb Lobber coming into hand for Alchemix real quick there. That's a card which, I don't know if that's standard in Mech Shaman, but it's a card that we've seen in a number of Alchemix decks, and clearly he's just a big fan of the removal that offers.
Yeah, it's certainly a very powerful card. For 5 mana, if you're able to kill something for 5 mana as well, it's an Azure Drake, maybe opposing Piloted Shredder, and still get a free minion on board, that's a lot of value there, especially if in tempo decks, if you're trying to get the tempo. And Alchemist is a guy who's all about the tempo, you know, just building up the boards, continuing with the damage, and then finishing the games with the burst.
And that Fiery War Axe, which if you're a Warrior player, you'd be hoping to use on a Mech Warper or something of that ilk. He's going to have to use both charges of it to get rid of this Anoyotron.
Yeah, that's certainly painful, seeing this Anoyotron stopping the Fairy War Axe. But you know, I've seen a Trollden's video today when Anoyotron stopped double Deathwing for 2 turns. So what is a small Fire War Axe against that?
This is true. I haven't watched the new episode yet, but I did see Anoyotron on the cover. Now, Dale go ahead and play the Pilot Shredder here. He did get that off the top, and that was a pretty nice pickup for him. And it's a difficult card for Alchemix to deal with. Alchemix is going to throw out a Hex here, which against such a top-heavy deck as Control Warrior is it's a risk, but it's a calculated risk, I guess, that he's just thinking, you know, I need to get the damage in and get through and get this out of the way as quickly as possible. And you know, if it gets to the late game, I guess maybe Alchemix is thinking the Shaman's probably already too far behind at that point.
Yeah, the overall strategy for the Mech Shaman is that you want to develop the board and get as much damage early as possible, and then you try to win the game with Burst. Right now, Alchemix is positioned really well. With Dale not having a turn 5 play, missing the Belcher, they will have a turn 6 play with the Shield Maiden or maybe other combinations of cards. But Alchemix already in position, like having the tempo plays, playing on cards on curve, having a very difficult board to deal with, and that Lothep is going to stop any possible spells from being played.
I can take the hit.
It's going to have to just be the Shield Maiden here for Dale, but he's still going to take a huge amount of damage. Could see the possibly the Bomb Lobber here to trade with the Shield Maiden and try and get that out of the way, but he's also sitting on the Fire Elemental, and we might see the Fire Elemental going in with the Mech Warper here to clear and just build up that board even more.
Yeah, there's a couple of options. Like you can Bomb Lobber and also play the 3/2 Wind Fury minion. How is it called? It's
Whirling Zap-O-Matic.
Whirling Zap-O-Matic. All right, so you can do that.
You can actually play both the mechs, and then you can Crackle into the 5/5, and if you're lucky, Crackle will kill it by itself, and if not, then you can trade your Mech Warper.
Yeah, that's also a very solid play, and it's also playing around the Brawl. You are getting overloaded a bit, but you will be able to play a Bomb Lobber, or Crackle is overload too, right?
Yeah, I
sure,
think
bro.
so.
There is little time.
Yeah, the screen is a bit small on my side, but
Can't quite see it. It's slightly below the hand. But yeah, it looks like he's going to go and play out these mechs here, and then... Oh, he's actually just going to...
ignore the Shield Maiden. That's also a good play. He is the one who's really aggressive right now, and he did a couple of plays that will play around the brawl, even if there is a brawl. But there is no brawl for Dale, and Dale is right now in big trouble.
Yeah, this feels like, I mean, we didn't see the Mech Shaman serve Alchemix too well yesterday. It ran into a mech mirror match, if you like, against the Mech Mage, and it came out on the losing side of that. But this shows the power of the Mech Shaman. Not the most popular mech deck, but it does have those same principles as the Mech Mage, that it can just fill the board so quickly with really efficient minions. Things like the Whirling Zap-O-Matic can really mess you up as well. If Alchemix was to top deck a Flame Tongue Totem or a Rockbiter weapon, if you actually got a Rockbiter here, that Zap-O-Matic by itself would be one-off lethal.
Yeah, Zap-O-Matic is a card that's really powerful. And a fun fact is that Zap-O-Matic, as a golden card, it has red lightsabers. So it's basically a Sith. And if you don't have
evil.
a golden version, it's a Jedi. It has green lightsabers.
Wow, I did not know that. So you're saying the people who have golden... So Blizzard are saying people who have all golden cards are evil?
Well, it's it's a perspective. It's not the dark side is evil, it's different. Alright, so they're going through the motions here, using the Defender of Argus again, being a good card, but I believe that will be it. 7 points of mana, that's the Bomb Lobber plus Crackle.
Plus Crackle, yeah. Yeah, he's definitely going to have enough to do it here, because he can even Crackle the 3/3. Yeah, he has exact lethal even just with Crackle. He can Crackle the 3/3, or in fact, he can Fire Elemental the 3/3, trade into the 8/2, and then the 2 Shredders and the Lotheb is exact lethal. So that's going to be game number 1. Going over to Alchemix here.
Can Alchemix spot lethal here?
I think he will. I don't think... Yeah, I think he's seen it. And that's going to be game number 1. Fairly quick fashion. Going over.
Yeah, that was pretty fast, and the Mech Shaman can do that. The Mech Shaman, if not, well, actually, that's a pretty interesting game, because there was a Fiery War Axe. So I wanted to say that if you don't respond to what Mech Shaman is going to play, you are in trouble. And Warrior normally has the tools, because you do have Fiery War Axe, you do have the Shield Slam and Executes. But here, Alchemix opening was able to counter the possible responses that they had, and really strengthen the fact that he had the curve and all the cards that he needed. Something really difficult for the Warrior to deal with. There was also no brawl, which is important. So they didn't have the tools to stop him.
And the Lotheb came down at the exact right time for Alchemix as well. We talked about the control lineup of Dale really versus the aggro lineup of Alchemix. That's kind of a classic control versus aggro matchup. And of the Paladin and the Priest, which do you think has the best chance against this mech deck?
That's a very good question. I'm just going through all the removal cards in my head, and I think Priest originally is a difficult deck to deal with when you're a mech deck, because if you get all the removal cards early as a Priest, you are able to stop the synergies. With a lot of removal cards, a lot of clears. Thinking about Okanai Soul Priest and Circle of Healing, you are able to clear and then stop all the synergies that mech deck can produce. So I think Priest is actually better, but both decks are suited to win. With Equality Consecration, Paladin is also nice, having weapons to interact with the minions.
Okay, well, we're going to get into this game and see what Dale's decided to come back with here.
The light shall bring victory.
For Doom.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Semi-finals. Dale CZ versus Alchemix.
All right,
okay.
So again, Cogmaster, and a very good opening for Alchemix, having the coin, having piloted Shredder. On the Dale side, we see that this is in fact a Control Priest because of the Pyromancer in his hand. So it's not a Deathrattle one. Shrinkmeister as well, a great card to be able to deal with those 4-attack minions that are really difficult and were difficult before GVG.
And there's one part of the combo that Dale's really going to need to be able to come back into this matchup if the mech's starting to get out of control. But going to see a Cogmaster here and possibly a Coined Harvest Golem on turn 2. A little bit of a slower start for Alchemix, but still certainly threatening the Priest.
Oh, Cogmaster is always good, and if you coin the Harvest Golem, it's 3 points of damage. Then possibly a Hex into a Dark Cultist if there is a Dark Cultist. You mostly expect the Dark Cultist to come. Into Piloted Shredder, that's hard to deal with, and then the Fire Elemental. So it is something that will give Alchemix the tempo advantage there. And Neutron again, saving him.
Once again, that Annoyatron just so annoying. Dale's used the Shrinkmeister there, took a gamble that he'd be able to get a really good trade with it on turn 2 against something like a Harvest Golem or perhaps a Mech Warper or indeed the Cogmaster itself, but that Annoyatron is going to put paid to those ideas.
On the other hand, Dale actually has the Pyromancer and the spells, so if he gets another spell, he will be able to clear, but do you really want to clear with Pyromancer?
It's difficult. I mean, if you were able to clear, you would have to burn one of your Circles of Healing, and I think that's such a useful spell for either card draw or board clear that using it with a Pyromancer on turn 2 really doesn't feel good. But I think we probably will just see the Powered Shield on one of these minions here. Oh, he's actually going to go for it.
He's going for the clear. He knows that the clear is important, and
he's thought better of it.
So what's the sequence here? You do circle, then
circle
you do
first.
1 damage to the whole board. Annoyatron is getting the shield out, and then you maybe buff. Yeah, you
you're
do
going to
buff
buff the Pyromancer to clear this board.
That's smart.
Yeah, good sequencing from Dale. Does get the Holy Smite as well. That's going to be important for him to be able to clear the board in following turns. So Dale's drawing pretty well here.
I think that was executed really well. He was able to clear. He was able to deny the mech. So now if there is a Tinkertown Technician, there won't be a spare part and he will face a 3/3. He also got the Pyromancer on board, which is threatening the board with the AoE powers, and is a free attack minion that can trade with whatever is going to get played on turn 3.
Yeah, the Dale does certainly have the board advantage at this point, which so early in the game against Mech Shaman, I was going to say Mech Mage, against an aggressive deck, taking control of the board early on, can we make the difference? And Alchemix doesn't have Mech Warpers or anything like that to be able to train a lot of big minions on a lot of reasonable minions on the board. He's going to have to go for probably either a Harvest Golem or a Piloted Shredder at this point, and both of those trade. I guess the Harvest Golem probably trades better with the Pyromancer guaranteed.
It's the thing is, like, this Pyromancer can be healed, and you definitely don't want to coin Shredder because then you just lose it to the trade. And if you play Harvest Golem, you know that a possible heal can happen, and then your Harvest Golem is just going to die to the trade and maybe a spell, which will be devastating. And right now, picking up Injured Blade Master, Dale can have a really nice play. He can just use the Holy Smite on the Harvest Golem and then kill it with the Pyromancer's power. Then maybe play the Injured Blade Master and use Circle of Healing again. In this way, he clears the board, denies the mech, and is left with a 4/7 and a 3/3, I believe.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, he's going to be able to get the 3/3 and the 4/6. That's going to be both his Circles of Healing then, so that's going to feel pretty good if you're Alchemixed, knowing that you're probably, apart from Holy Nova, there's no AoE left in the deck, so out of Holy Nova range, but this Pyromancer is on the board, and that's going to be a problem. But outside of Holy Nova range, you're probably pretty safe to get minions on the board. And we're going to see a Snap Hex on that 4/6, those Blade Masters, so difficult to deal with. I don't think there's any class that could deal with a Blade Master really efficiently, but Alchemix going ahead and just clearing that out. Mind Control, not the most useful card, but a great turn 5 option for Dale with the Sludge Belcher, and Alchemix probably feeling a little bit bad about that Hex now.
Well, you have to deal with a 4/7 when you have a chance, but still, Alchemix for sure feeling bad because he is behind. Right now he is developing that Fire Elemental, which is important, But being Shaman, being especially a Mech Shaman, you do want to have minions on board, and you do want to have initiative. Right now, he's playing from behind, even though he has a couple of nice cards in hand. We already see like Flame Tongue Totem working best if you have more minions on board. And he only has this Fire Elemental now. If there will be a Shadow Word Death into that Fire Elemental, that will be devastating for Alchemix.
Yeah. We only see the Shadow Man as a mind control. So Dale just opting to attack Hero Power and pass last turn. Alchemix is possibly considering the Bomb Lobber here. Try and get through these taunts, but it looks like he's probably just going to go for the Pilot Shredder. Maybe the Annoyatron to put up a little bit of defense of his own. But that he's got to be careful of those smaller minions because of the Shadow Madness.
Yeah, also Cabal Shadow Priest. You don't want to give your opponent minions. So Alchemix is in a really weird spot right now. He knows that opponent has 2 cards and didn't play anything. So you have to think about what is the possible card he has in his hand. Is there a Cabal Shadow Priest? Is there Shadow Madness? What do I actually play? Wow, Dr. Boom top deck in this spot is amazing.
That is incredible. That's probably the best card that Dale could have hoped to see off the top of his deck.
And he also has his Mind Control, which is sitting here unused, but in 3 turns, that card can actually turn the game around. Dr. Boom just insta-board presence. You still have the Frog, you still have the token, so you can get the shield out. But it certainly looks good for Dale still with options in hand.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday, but the decisions that the Mech Shaman has to make from the more traditional Shaman archetype is that Mech Shaman probably doesn't run Lightning Storm. So Dale, possibly knowing a bit about the Mech Shaman archetype, being played by some popular players like Firebat, he possibly knows that there's no Lightning Storm in this deck, and those 2 little taunts are really, really annoying for Alchemic stuff to get through right now. The bombs aren't going to be cleared. It's actually starting to build up quite nicely for Dale. But Power Mace top deck is pretty good.
Yeah, it is good. Also, Alchemix is a way to clear Dr. Boom as it is, but you'll have to use the Flame Tongue Totem to be able to trade his 6/2 Elemental into Dr. Boom. He can also go for face for 6 damage, ignoring the bombs for now, and develop something like... I keep forgetting the name of the...
Whirling Zap-O-Matic.
Zap-O-Matic.
Right. He opts not to go for it, though. He wants to try and conceal that a little bit. I can't say I blame him, not wanting to expose himself to potential Shadow Madness before he has to. This is one of the difficult things with Shadow Madness, is that you're going to see that cast on the Annoyatron. And obviously...
Yeah, that's the thing you don't want to do. But then again, what other options do you have? You at least kill one of the mechs, and you're able to use the bombs to clear. That's not a bad hit.
Yeah, the Healing Totem can just be so irritating. And oh, wow. Okay, that Amani Berserker, it's pretty big right now thanks to the Flame Tongue Totem, and it's can actually trade with his Dark Cultist, but so does the Bomb Lobber. So it's the perfect target for Bomb Lobber in this priest deck.
Yeah, Bomb Lobber is super powerful right now. And also Alchemix will be able to play a mech to capitalize on the Power Mace, and buffing this Wisdomatic.
What's it going to go up to? It's going to go up to 5 and then 7? So that's going to be 14 damage. And actually, this game feels pretty over at this point. I'm not sure what Dale can top deck. Another Dark Cultist. That's not what he needed. He's 1 turn away from Mind Control. And yeah, this game is definitely going to be over.
Zap-O-Matic attacking for 16 alone.
Well played.
Yeah, Zap-O-Matic it's going to get buffed up to 7, isn't it? So it's going to be 14 off the Zap-O-Matic.
Oh yeah. That's 14 plus 4.
So 14 plus 7, so it's 21 damage on board for Alchemix. This Mech Shaman really doing work here. We didn't see it do very much yesterday, but Dale's now down to his Paladin as the only deck to come back against the Druid, Warlock, and this Mech Shaman of Alchemix. Alchemix in a pretty comfortable position here to go to the final.
Oh yeah, certainly. I'm happy that we are seeing this Shaman more, because I wanted to see some Shaman gameplay, and Shaman is a class that fell behind and not everyone is playing it, especially in the tournament setting. But yeah, it's certainly looking good. It's kind of playing like a mech mage. So if you don't bring the mage, you might have brought a mech shaman. And Paladin versus this deck, I feel it is an even matchup. And if Mech Shaman plays like Mech Mage, has a good opening again with Cogmaster into Mechs and is being able to develop the board before Paladin is able to clear, Alchemist is in a good position to actually sweep Dale.
Okay, well, we're going to get into this final game. It's going to be the Paladin of Dale against the Mech Shaman of Alchemist. The Dale is down to his last deck here. Let's see how it shakes out.
Hammer.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1 Semi-Finals Alchemist versus Dale CZ.
Okay, so we see the Paladin double Quartermaster and Tyrion in hand for Dale. Those are definitely, and Dr. Boom as well, those are not the cards that Dale wanted to see at all.
Yeah, he doesn't. Well, on the other hand, he has Master for Battle. So if there is nothing coming from Alchemist, they will be able to develop Master for Battle on turn 3 and maybe coin the Quartermaster. And we do know that Alchemist is not running any Lightning Storms. So if Dale is able to take advantage and build up the board, that will be game. For Alchemist, a pretty slow start with no turn 2 Max, no turn 1 Cogmaster. But you know, he might have a time to actually develop the board before Dale explodes with the dudes.
MC Tech coming into hand for Dale as well. That could be a useful card in this matchup. We're going to see the muster for battle. But actually, Alchemist, his hand is shaking out a little bit differently from the last two games. We didn't see the really early mechs, but what we do see in hand is a load of burst with the double flame tongue and the crackle.
Yeah, but we see the Master for Battle from Dale, and Quartermaster is getting dropped next turn. Now the question is Alchemist thinking about this Quartermaster being dropped? He didn't, so he went for a Piloted Shredder. And right now this gives Dale an opportunity to develop a very powerful board with the Quartermaster.
Yeah. He knows he saw the coin, and I think Alchemist knew straight away.
He knows that. 2 arms man, 3 arms man. 3 men with 3 arms. Just clearing his board.
Yeah, you could see Alchemist's face when the coin came out. He didn't need to wait to see the card, the little grimace. He knew exactly what was coming out. 3-2. Do you trade with this here?
I think you go for face.
Yeah, go for face. Make Alchemist trade to win the board back.
Yeah, it's like you have being Dale, we have a good position anyway. If Alchemist trades, you are fine. Like you just dealt 3 points of damage. If he doesn't, you play another Quartermaster and get double 5 attack minions.
Well, the Annoyatron does come into hand, so some early mechs for Alchemist are finally showing up. He does have the Power Mace, has the Crackle, but it's difficult to see what Alchemist can do this turn to kind of take back some momentum at all.
He might try taking... Well, he has a couple of decisions. The first that comes to mind is if he wants to be really YOLO about stuff, he can go with Annoyatron and maybe a weapon to clear one of the dudes and then trade with another one. He can go with Bomb Lobber as well, try to hit one of the dudes. But I think still, or maybe even Power Mace and Totem up without developing the Annoyatron.
Yeah, clearing the second dude is actually going to be really important. Just based on the board, I personally might have gone with the Flame Tongue Totem to clear the Quartermaster because it's the bigger health minion and harder to trade with later. But Dale does have the second Quartermaster in hand, so if Alchemist had left up some dudes, we probably would have seen another Quartermaster coming down. And now Sludge Belcher for Dale. This is shaking out pretty nicely after a slightly clunky looking opening hand.
They're also making good decisions to trade with totems. Against the Shaman, you do want to clear the board at all times. And we can see double Flanked Totem in Alchemist's hand just sitting useless here with no minions on board. So right now he got a second Bomb Lobber. And his options are limited this turn. Like you do Totem
Spell
up.
Power Totem, Crackle, YOLO Crackle.
YOLO Crackle.
Oh!
And this is the spot there.
He's going to have to clear it with the Power Mace. He's going to buff this Annoyatron though.
Wow, that's a big Annoyatron.
It's a spider tank with Taunt and Divine Shield.
Yeah, that's actually not bad. And there is no silence from Dale, so he will have to actually trade with this.
He does have the True Silver, so that's going to clear it out pretty effectively. And we'll probably just see another dude here. Dale's going to be looking to build those dudes back up and get the second Quartermaster off at some point. probably in the next couple of turns to really lock this game out.
I'm really curious if Alchemix will be able to get back to this game with those bomb lobbers. But is it the time for a bomb lobber, or do you just store them up and spider tank? The board is not that scary for now.
Do you consider using the flame tongue to trade your totem with the slime here? Bomb lobber does clear it, and that's all he's going to do this turn.
Yeah, I think bomb lobber was a good choice. Like, you do give yourself a chance to kill one of the minions and develop something else. Dale playing Dr. Boom on 7 again, a very powerful play. This is going to be enough to win the game. Alchemix is actually quite low at 18 points of health.
Yeah, there's 12 damage on the board for Dale.
No way to clear this Dr. Boom as Alchemix.
This feels
How much
really
damage is
difficult.
there?
There is
12
damage, so it's not quite lethal. Dale would need to draw his second True Silver, and if he could set up for lethal in a turn with the Quartermaster and just develop that to the board. Alchemist is just gonna have to play some minions here and try and get back equality. That's
with
not
equality. Dale actually has a chance to win this game if he goes for equality. Kill the dudes with the bombs, and if the bombs hit for how much
4
damage? Will
each. It would have to be 4 on both. It's pretty unlikely.
He needs 6 damage on face, because he can go for equality, quartermaster, and then he will have.
He can't equality Quartermaster because of the low feb, so he can only equality this turn.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's not bad.
Clears this
Screening
fire.
all the minions.
And if you're Alchemist at this point, do you think about conceding?
I think you do. You maybe just wait for one more card and hope that you get some more information. Pilot Shredder is some information you're being given for free, but other than that, you're really bad shape. And
Bomb Lover kills the
Lobber.
1/1.
For Alchemix to win, Bomb Lobber had to hit face and crit.
Yep, so that's going to be it. That's game number 3 over to Dale. Dale not quite out of this yet. He is using that Paladin to knock off the Mech Shaman. But Alchemix does have 2 decks left. He's got his Druid and his probably Zoo Warlock deck. Do you think he would go for the Zoo here?
Against Paladin, I think I would go for a Druid, and the reasoning is that you didn't show the Warlock yesterday, so you want to, and everybody knows your Druid because you won with the Druid, so you might go with the Druid. You have nothing to lose. You even if you lose with the Druid, you still have your Warlock, so you can pick your Druid.
Yep, so we're going to get into this game now, and it's going to be Paladin versus either the Warlock or the Druid of Alchemix.
I must protect the wild.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1 Semi-Finals Alchemix versus Dale CZ.
Okay, so it is the Druid of Alchemix, as Nimsh correctly predicted and I incorrectly called. We see things like Shielded Minibot in hand for Dale. That's going to be pretty important in the early game. And none of the ramp cards that Alchemix was looking for in his opening.
Yeah, this is a very interesting matchup. Like, I'm still on the fence. How do you play it as a Paladin? You can go aggro route, and if you have Shielded Minibot, you basically play as many minions as possible and try to be very aggressive. Or you can try being a bit defensive. It mostly depends on what cards you get, but I've seen Paladin winning this matchup with both strategies, being controlish or being aggressive. For the Druid, as you mentioned, like there is nothing really good in the beginning, but you might want to spend some time and bluff your opponent that maybe you do have some plays, maybe you do have Innervate, but you're not sure if you really want to Innervate right now.
We see the combo in hand for Alchemix. It's a little bit dead in his hand right now, but it's always nice to have the combo on hand super early.
Yeah, combo is very important in this matchup as well. If you're able to develop the board a bit and get the damage done with the combo guaranteed on turn 9, you have that opening to win the game Many games I lost it as a druid versus paladin, where if I didn't have the combo and gave paladin enough time to heal up and develop Tyrion.
We don't see any healing in the hand for Dale yet, but we did see an anti-heal bot, I think, come in the last game, so he certainly does have some. I'm just going to see the Divine Shield pinged off here for Alchemist. Mind Control Tech, that's probably not going to see any use anytime soon, but there's not a great play in the hand for Dale. Yeah, he's just going to do it and pass here, and then do you think we see Keeper of the Grove to clear this mini-bot, or does Alchemist just develop the Shredder? Or do something with Innervate?
I think Keeper is definitely fine. You do clear the 2/2 and develop a 2/4 on board. Even if there is a coin quartermaster, the 3/3 dude is not clearing your Keeper. So this is a very powerful play. Alchemist is not thinking about using Innervate to use Shapeshift on a 1/1. There is no point doing that. Because, like as I said, even if there is a quartermaster, you will be happy to see the quartermaster now. But there is a Sludge Belcher play, which is much better. Overall, Dale has a pretty good hand right now, even though he doesn't have the Master for Battle. He does have the creatures on curve. Sylvanas will be important as a druid, especially because Silence was already used. Other than that, he has AoEs and Equality Consecration.
Do you think you just play the bigger taunt here? Or is he gonna... He's gonna go for a Wrath, it looks like, and maybe clear the first part of the Belcher body with the Keeper of the Grove.
Yeah, and then you can also develop the Druid Claw.
Yeah, very good use of Innervate this mid-stage of the turns here. Slightly bigger taunt than the Sludge Belcher as well.
What's important is that you can play it as a taunt, because you've seen the coin and you know your opponent has only 5 points of mana next turn. So even if he is playing a Black Knight, and if he has Black Knight in hand, he won't be able to play it next turn. So Druid of the Claw is going to do some damage at least.
Yeah, that's going to definitely get some work done. And again, there's not a great play for Dale here. Do you consider Quartermaster on this board and just buff the one dude?
You might consider Equality, maybe, and then playing something else like Equality and Acolyte of Pain. You can do Equality and Rainforest to create another dude to make Quartermaster a bit stronger.
I wonder.
Definitely not Quartermaster. It's not doing anything. It's not really developing the board and not clearing anything as well.
We're going to see Equality here, I guess, to try and take this board back.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And you develop Acolyte of Pain on empty board. This ensures that Sylvanas next turn will be powerful as a card, and Acolyte is going to draw you something at least.
Yep, so the Shredder coming out from Alchemist, he's able to develop that. That Black Knight he maybe would have wanted to deal with the Belcher. That's coming to his hand a little bit late, but if there's a second Belcher, that's certainly going to be nice. Sylvanas is an option here, but it looks like we're just going to see the Aldor Peacekeeper to neutralize this Shredder and enable you to draw a card off your Acolyte.
Yeah, I like this play because Dale doesn't have that many cards in hand, so he wants more variety and quality plays. So here, going for this instead of developing Sylvanas. So developing Sylvanas would be cool as well, because then Shredder was played first, so the Defile will trigger first, and he will get something with Sylvanas. But this also gives a Druid a way to deal with Sylvanas before something really big is on board. He takes the risk with Master from Battle, which is okay, I believe. Like, if there is no swipe and you know your opponent only has 4 cards in hand, you are in a very good position. But this is giving an Alchemist a chance.
Yeah, sadly there is a swipe in hand for Alchemist, and it's just a question of, I guess, whether you swipe the 3/3 or the 1/2. You can clear the whole board if you sweep the 1/2, but it does mean that you give your opponent 2 cards off the Acolyte.
I think you can actually go for swipe on Acolyte and use Shapeshift to kill the 3/3.
Yeah, I think that's right as well. You don't want to give your opponent, because you're pretty equal in cards right now. You don't want to. Okay, so he is going to go ahead and clear and swipe the 3/3. So the Acolyte is going to get to draw 2 cards here.
Well, that's also a valid play. It ensures that the Piloted Shredder is actually on board still. And the one card when Paladin has 6 cards in hand, the one card is not making that much of a difference. He still has only 7 mana to execute his turn. So he values the. It's like a simple math for Alchemix. How much do I value Pyro the Shredder still being on board, as opposed to my opponent having one more card?
Yeah, we're going to see a Pilot Shredder come out from Dale here. It's an interesting decision, I guess. You got to think so many turns ahead at this point. And you can see that Alchemist the rocket, and that could be very crucial in this matchup. It's very close, and those little edges can make the difference. You do have to launch the rocket, I think, as early as possible. What is your opinion on that, Nimsh? How do you think that affects the way the game will play out?
Launching the rocket. Personally, I like to launch the rocket and also get all the bombs on the left to explode and all the fireworks to fire. But other than that, I don't know. It doesn't influence the combo that much.
Yeah, I think it says more about us as yourself, whoever you are as players, but how much destruction you do to the board. So the Goldshire one, if you destroy everything on that board, I think it says something about yourself as a person rather than just as a player. But we digress. We're going to see the True Silver come out here to take off the second Pirate Shredder. Alchemix looking a little bit frustrated at this point.
Yeah, it's certainly frustrating for Alchemix, where you didn't deal as much damage, and you do feel like, even though you have the combo is only 14 points of damage. Well, with the Pilot Shredder, it's actually 17, but it's still not enough. Like, you're not able to win right now. You are facing a powerful board from your opponent, and well, you're not afraid of Tyrion, because if Tyrion comes, you will play the Black Knight. But still, it's not a good situation. You have this White Grove, which is a dead card. Getting the a 1/4 and a 4/1. He probably has to.
That 1/4 is actually a really difficult card. I don't know how many times I've been messed up by that card in Arena. It's the Nerubar Ambusher, I believe, or the Nerubar Weblord. Is that it?
That's the Weblord.
Yeah,
Ambusher is the rogue card.
Yeah, the Nerubar Weblords, which makes minions with Battlecry cost 2 more, actually can be really devastating for both sides.
Right now for Alchemix, it's such a weird position. Like, you do want to do something. You do want to develop a minion, maybe the Black Knight, but on the other hand, you know that if you play Black Knight, if there's Tyrion, like, you have no way to deal with that. You've already spent one of the silences you have. So just using Shapeshift on turn 9, that definitely doesn't sound right, and doesn't feel good as well.
No, he was considering for a little while, I think, just using the combo to get damage in. Which is a reasonable play. It's not a terrible idea. We talked about that yesterday, but using those Savage Roars, in particular just by themselves, to get damage in when you can and press home an advantage. But Alchemix is really playing from behind here.
So for Dale, he has all the options in hand. An easy way to clear a 4/1 with a 1/4. He still has a 4/3 on board. He knows he's outside of the combo range. He might be thinking that he is, because Alchemix didn't do anything. He has 5 cards and he shapeshifted. So Dale might be thinking, hey, I'm in range, because he might have Innervate and double Savage Roar and Force of Nature. But if he attacks face with a weapon, then he gets out of range, because the combo with double Savage Roar is at 22 points of damage. So he's just going to develop a board with Sylvanas and Juggler, playing preventive and giving himself a chance to win. Well, maybe not next turn. Oh, he actually did an attack with a weapon. Interesting. So double Savage Roar Innervate would actually be lethal here.
Yeah, he doesn't have the Innervate, unfortunately, but he does have 3 parts of that 4-card combo, and he's going to use the Wild Growth to draw here, see if he can get anything else. That second Force of Nature, that's not what he needs at all, and now he can't even combo for damage. And looking at what's on the board, well, there's 9, 12, 16, 18 with the Consecrate. Not quite enough damage for Dale to finish this either.
Yeah, but still, this is really painful for Alchemix. You do see this, and you feel bad about it. He will probably have to force Shapeshift and go for face for 7 to put your opponent at 14.
Exactly 14, exactly combo range. But then your opponent can attack with the True Silver and he'll back up. So he is probably going to need he's going to need to top deck the Innervate, I think.
Yeah, but even
trade for the Juggler. He's going to trade entirely, actually.
So Alchemix trying to buy himself a bit more time, and that's actually smart. Like, your opponent didn't attack with Silver, so right now Alchemix is telegraphing the fact that he doesn't have a way to finish the game. So he really hopes for the Innervate top deck, and the fact that Dale will not heal himself, not attack with a weapon. But there is a lay on hands that is actually shutting Alchemix down, and he's like, okay. Now even the Innervate top deck is not winning him the game.
Yep, that's probably the end of it, to be honest. That lay on hands probably seals this game for Dale. He's probably going to level it up at 2-2. What a series in our first semi-final here. But that's the second game in a row we've seen from Alchemix. He's just drawn really, really badly and just not had anything to get off in his hand.
I wanted to see the Innervate. That Innervate will be the most painful Innervate ever, because you played really well, putting your opponent at 22 and trying to get a combo out. But then this game is not over yet, because Dale doesn't have the lethal potential. Paladin is not a bursty deck, so it's not like Dale is going to combo himself.
Yeah, personally, I like the trade here. I think maybe I personally like Kel'Thuzad here because I think that puts a really big threat on the board, and then you could use your Shredder and even the True Silver to clear up this Spectral Knight, take that damage off the board, and remove any potential of Alchemix to extend his combo. And obviously, you get your Shredder back with Kel'Thuzad.
An amazing thing is that Alchemix can still win this game if Dale decides to just go for face and just keep their 4-6 on board with no taunts on his side. Alchemix top decks Innervate. He will have
27.
That's 30, I think, because with double Savage Roar,
yeah,
that's exactly 30 points of health. So even if he heals himself, Innervate is lethal, and that's actually crazy.
So it'd be 20 plus 8.
22 plus 8.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, it gets the Ancient of Lore. I might just.
Wow. Well, this is not the top that he needed. Innervate was lethal. Alchemix playing super patient, but he is still not out. He can prolong the game, and maybe he will actually get what he needs. Right now, with the combo, he has 20 points of damage, 9 damage of lethal.
But I guess, if you're Alchemix, you're thinking, I need to top deck the Innervate here. I need to do the double Savage Roar, so you don't want to give away those combo pieces. I think he just goes for Ancient of Lore here. It's so difficult.
Ancient of Lore and heal, probably. Because you need to ensure that you have minions on board, and you need to ensure that you stay alive to give yourself a chance of a top deck.
Yeah. Even if he traded for the Shredder and the Shredder minion was no damage, even with Consecrate, it still would have been lethal if he hadn't healed.
Time waits for no one.
Right now, it's also a hard choice. Like, do you develop BGH to have like more minions? You do have to think about Consecration from your opponent.
That's what we're going to see. We're going to see that BGH come out. Fairly sensible decision from Alchemix, I think. He doesn't have a huge amount of choices, but we actually have a quality Consecrate in hand for Dale is pretty devastating at this point.
Equality Consecrate robs Alchemix from a chance to get a top deck and win with Innervate. So it's a pretty good play, but this board can be dismantled with simple Consecration as well. With just attacking into the 5-5 with Pilot to Shredder, Consecrate, and then killing the 4-3 with a 2-5. Also, Dale has no reason to fear. Well, he can think about double Savage Roar combo, but at 29 and True Silver, he can actually attack into something with True Silver as well.
I mean, if he's counting cards here, he sees that these 4 cards that have been in hand for Alchemix for a long time haven't been played. They've not been played as the combo, so he knows that it's not the 4 combo pieces. He knows that he maybe has 2, maybe has 3, but he's still looking for something. So I guess you kind of play it a little bit safe. Yep, so we're going to see just the Consecrate here. And then Aldor Peacekeeper, so he's going to Peacekeeper the 5-3, trade with the 4-1, and then go face with the... Okay, he's actually going to... Oh, that's interesting. He's going to put the Ancient Blow just down to 1.
Wait, is it actually still lethal for Alchemix? 27? Yes, if he gets Innervate. Again, if you would get an Innervate, that game would be over. Because that would be 27. Ragnaros is an interesting card to get, but still.
He's mousing over the combo, thinking, "Just when do I just go for it? I know I need to top deck the Innervate, but is it going to come? Should I just play it now?" I think yeah, you just go for Ragnaros here, and then go all face.
What can happen with Ragnaros? Is the lethal as a 7/9? So he's not dead yet, and there's no second consecration, so basically no way to win for now.
Anti-Keelbot. That's gonna be so devastating for Dale, for Alchemist. Dr. Boom, that's even worse.
Wow.
So BGH for the Ragnaros and Dr. Boom. Alchemist, I think that's probably gonna be it.
Yeah, and now if he even top decks the Innervate, he will be 2 damage of lethal. That will be really painful for him.
Oh. There's his own Dr. Boom, but it's not enough, and that's going to be game number 4, going over to Dale. Dale fighting back in this with his Paladin deck of all things, and he's going to go to 2-0 with Alchemist. It's going to be the Warlock of Alchemist against the Paladin of Dale to decide our first finalist. We're down to the final game here, Nimsh.
Wow, what a match. It's like, I really have a lot of respect for Dale, because, you know, I didn't know Dale before this tournament. We told everyone that he is a mystery player. And what those pros have, like what advantage those pros have against people who are not known, is mostly experience. Like Alchemist played in so many tournaments before, and you know, just sitting here facing a pro player or a player with a build-up name, you think, hey, this guy has won a lot of stuff before. He achieved a lot of stuff. It's stressful. It's like you might think, I can't win this game because this guy is just better in my head. But Dale is a guy who's just going there and going through all the pro players, playing control decks, which are even more stressful and difficult because you mostly have more cards, so you have more opportunity to make a mistake. But here, even though he didn't play around the double Salvador combo, that was okay. Like one Innervate was played already before, so they could make an assumption that it's really unlikely that something like that is in Alchemist's hand. And it made calls.
Let's get into game number 5 here. Paladin versus Warlock to decide our first semi-final.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1 Semi-Finals. Alchemist versus Dale CZ.
Okay, so we do see Izazu for Alchemist. We see Echoing Ooze, which is one of the grossest golden cards, I think. I know. Is that a Wisp?
Wow, that's actually a Wisp. So a Wisp being drawn in the 5th game of this amazing semi-final match.
Okay, I'm calling it now. I'm calling it right now. Hobgoblin Warlock.
Well, that's actually not hard.
The Echoing Ooze, the Wisp, the Void, all of these one-attack minions. I see a second Echoing Ooze. I think this could be Hobgoblin Zoo.
Yeah, it's going to be Hobgoblin Zoo, unless Alchemist just wants to troll us, and he is bringing a standard Zoo with a Wisp to troll people.
Well, like I said, we saw him bring in the group stages a Blood Knight variant of Zoo, which is a variant we've seen before, but it was it's a kind of a gimmicky Zoo. And I guess as a player who's been known for aggro, who has really been a fan of the Zoo archetype, maybe Alchemist is just trying a lot of different archetypes, has a lot of different ideas for how to make Zoo relevant again post Undertaker.
Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah, like Alchemist has a Zoo history himself, so definitely trying different builds, and he is a deck builder as mentioned before. So if there is a new Zoo coming from any player, I would say that's Alchemist. Also, what's important that in this matchup, Paladin really needs Consecration at some point. Zoo is going to extend the board, like a lot of minions. If you don't have the Consecration, Zoo will just continue to press advantage because Zoo will have minions to trade into your stuff. And we'll continue drawing cards with life tap, the hero power. So if there is no Consecration at a key moment, Zoo is going to overrun Paladin. Right now we don't see the Consecration. We see Sludge Belcher in turn 2 not being very great for Dale. Even the Knife missing because this Counter Creeper was still going to trade into the Knife Dagger. So Alchemist just saved 1 point of health here.
So we're going to see the board open up here for Alchemist. He's going to be playing into the Consecrate if it does come with that Echoing Ooze as well.
you do have to make the play. You have to assume that there is no consecrate and just overextend, build up your board, and press advantage. That's how you win this matchup. If there is no consecrate, you just win. If there is a consecrate, you have a lot of minions still to follow up and build up your board again. And sometimes even with one consecrate paladin, it's not even able to win that. So I feel like Alchemist has an advantage, but he needs the Hobgoblin. This is a kind of like a difference, though, as mentioned.
Yeah, Alchemist is thinking long and hard about playing here. I guess normally with Zoo you would just throw out minions as much as possible, but you got to save these minions for when the Hobgoblin comes out. I think you possibly consider going with the Argent Squire here just because it's a little bit more consecrate resistant.
Well, it really depends if you make a gamble that there is no consecrate. If you make a gamble that there is, you do trade and develop Echoing Ooze. If you make a gamble that there is no consecrate, you just go with this is like different things. Both decisions are correct. Like playing something and not trading, or like trading. Really, it's mostly like a call you make at the moment.
So we see a top deck piloted Shredder for Dale on turn 4. That's pretty perfect. And Lotheb coming in for Alchemist. That's also a pretty great turn 5 draw.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like both players actually got a card, which is very powerful. There is a consecrate for Dale. That will be important. But do you consecrate now? Probably not because of Lotheb, but basically that belt.
Yep, so the turn 5 Sludge Belcher is going to come down, and this board is starting to look okay for Dale. See Implosion there, though. That could be the card to help him get back in here. And there's a Doomguard. We haven't seen this Hobgoblin yet, if it does exist. I did say we haven't seen the deck lists. That is entirely an assumption on our part. Nim said it categorically.
That's a very correct assumption. Also, Alchemist not respecting the consecrate for now. Just using this implosion to extend the board. On the other hand, it is taunting, like forcing a consecration. So right now he will know that there's no consecration in the hand. A second consecration is really unlikely, so he will be able to overextend.
Reporting for duty.
There's double wisps sitting there just waiting for an opportunity. Direwolf Alpha, Life Tap coming in. Juggler. Okay, so we might actually see the Echoing... Yeah, we're going to see the Echoing Ooze here. And he's going to hope that those daggers go in the right places. There's one. And the second one... Oh, the second one doesn't hit the slime. There's a muster for battle. Quartermaster in hand for Dale as well. Do you hold on to that and pull off the turn 8 combo next turn?
I think you can actually overextend. I would not suspect Hellfire or Shadow Flame. So playing Master for Battle is actually safe. He decides to go with True Silver, which is also fine. But Paladin is in a very good position. Like, he stopped the Zoo early. Alchemix was not able to develop the Hobgoblin with Wisp. Now he has dead cards. He's playing those Wisps. Wisp is not doing anything. So they will be able to develop Tyrion next turn and then be in a very good position.
Well, we've seen a Neutron as well. And yeah, that to me says this has to be a Hobgoblin somewhere. Those Direwolf Alphas are pretty important as well, actually, though.
Yeah, it's a great card. But on the other hand, the Hobgoblin deck really relies on the Hobgoblin. And with combo decks is that you have to make them work even if you don't get the combo part. So with Hobgoblin deck, well, right now Alchemix is really struggling because it seems like this Zoo, if you don't draw into Hobgoblin, it's worse than a standard Zoo. If you do draw into Hobgoblin, it will be amazing. You can just win right there. But as we can see, no Hobgoblin is not doing anything for Alchemix, putting him in trouble.
Yeah, I guess it feels a little bit like if players, plays Miracle Rogue back in the day when that was such a big deck. When those days when Gadgetzan was like cards 28 and 29 in your deck and you never drew it. You just couldn't get the deck to work. The deck relies on drawing those cards. So Sludge Belcher came into hand there for Dale. He might go for the... It's kind of difficult. He can only clear the... Yeah, he's... Okay, he's looking at Silence. He can clear the Neutron and then pull off the muster combo, but a lot of that gets traded next turn, so he might just silence and then clear up one of the Direwolf Alphas and then look at a Sludge Belcher or a Heal Ball.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. You do clear the wolves to limit the attack for those minions, and just playing the Sludge Belcher that's not going to get killed by the board right now. Alchemix, still no Hobgoblin for him. Defender of Argus is going to help a bit. He will be able to clear the Sludge Belcher, but it might as well be a turn to play everything on board. Just get those Wisps, get this Doomguard, and try to build up a board where just say, alright, Hobgoblin, you didn't come. Alright, I can deal with that. Just, I need those Wisps on board, and I need my Doomguard.
Let's see if there's any reaction from Dale to the Wisps.
Well played. So
Doomguard is out now.
Hobgoblin did troll Alchemix, and this is exactly what we were talking about. Right now, Alchemix's board is amazing. Oh, the mind control tag.
Okay.
Actually, is Dale going to steal the Wisp?
I mean, there's a really high chance of getting something really bad. So I don't think so. I think we just see the muster here, though. Deck.
I think there is no reason to not use mind control tag, because
yeah, if you're gonna play the muster this turn, I guess you might as well.
he gets the Wisp, so that was the equal situation. A Wisp on both sides. Both players having massive boards with a lot of small minions. Still no Hobgoblin. Alright, so Alchemix is going to play a Juggler, and I think he has an advantage right now. He might be able to... Well, he has to clear the dudes. If there is a Quartermaster, and we know there is a Quartermaster, he will be in trouble if it's not cleared. This is a very interesting board state.
Yeah, he's going to clear as many of these as possible. Do you trade with the Doomguard as well? Or do you just go face?
I think you do. You do want to deny the Quartermaster, but then this is a turn where Dale can actually develop Tyrion.
Yep, that's probably what we're going to see here. So Tyrion comes down, and Dale in a very, very comfortable position here. He's setting up for a lethal in just a couple of turns. Second Doomguard? That's okay.
Yeah, second Doomguard can be helpful. That's definitely a very strong card.
Especially if it takes his Divine Shield off. Oh, it goes face.
Implosion is amazing, but he won't have mana for that. The important part is that Alchemix is actually pretty low on 8 points of health. So double Doomguard is powerful on board, but with 8 points of health, he won't be able to life tap that much. And most of the cards he has in the deck right now are just small one-attack cards. Well, and double Hobgoblin, which is not doing much as well. He really wants to play this Implosion this turn, but there's not enough mana.
Yeah, it's so frustrating not to draw on it in the right time.
Especially with that Juggler on board even. This Implosion, if you will have enough mana, will be so powerful. But sorry, Alchemix, Blizzard is not buffing Implosion to free mana anytime soon.
No, unfortunately not. I think it's already powerful enough as it is. So we do see the Ashbringer, and that's... And a quality as well. That's going to be absolutely gutting for Alchemix, because they're going to be able to trade for this Doomguard here. The Wisp is going to betray him and kill this Doomguard.
The Wisp was really close to lethal. If Alchemix would not clear the 1/1, that would be over with the Quartermaster buff, dealing 8 points of damage, and the Wisp giving him an overkill. 3 points of health, and facing an Ashbringer.
And there it is!
Finally comes. There
Actually,
is a Hobgoblin in this deck.
Does it work with the Implosion?
I think you have to play a minion, and Implosion is actually putting the minions on board.
Well, that's going to be it. Hobgoblin did not come quick enough for Alchemix, and Dale is going to be our first finalist after beating Firebat and then doing a Dale in the groups. He's come all the way through. He beat Amaz yesterday, beat Alchemix here, and Dale is going to our final. He's going to be in with a chance of $3,000. Alchemix is going to go home with 500. Fought very well, obviously, to get to this point. Getting to the top 4 of any tournament is an achievement, but wow. Dale is, and that's going to inspire a little bit of confidence in Ari, I guess, being another open qualifier. But Dale shocking everyone. He's going to be in the final of the HearthStats Champions League.
Wow, that's actually amazing. Fantastic performance from Dale. And great win for Czech Republic as well. Another player that's really Czech Republic is really a country where people play a lot of card games. I had a lot of friends. I have a lot of friends who played Wild TCG with me. There's a lot of great Magic players, and we have a lot of great Hearthstone players. So it is in the culture, like playing cards. And Dale is proving that he is one of the greatest Czech Republic Hearthstone players right now, advancing to the final versus Alchemix. We have to say that Alchemix was playing the Hobgoblin deck, and the last card he played in the match was the Hobgoblin, top decked as the last card. But still, I think the luck on both sides was more or less equal. Dale's hand wasn't that amazing, and we've seen top decks from both sides. We've seen a lot of great decisions and tough spots for both players. And Dale coming on top, and with no previous tournament experience that we've seen, at least, because maybe Dale is actually playing all the online cups and being everywhere. But with no recorded online performance, he is performing really exceptionally.
Yeah, and he played in front of like 25,000 people yesterday against the mods, and that didn't phase him at all. He made some great decisions, wasn't phased at all, and we came out on top here. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break while we try and get hold of Dale for a winner's interview and talk about how he's going to be preparing for the final, his view on the second semi-final. Then we're going to have Ari versus Gara in our second semi-final before we get into our grand final. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the HearthStats Champions League Season 1 Finals. Okay, so we're back with our winner, Dale, our first finalist. And first of all, Dale, congratulations. You've come through the Grinders League, the Challengers League. You've traveled so far to get to this point. How does it feel to be in the final?
Yeah, it was great. I totally didn't expect that, so it's nice.
Well,
Nice, definitely congratulations. We have like a couple of questions for you because you are the mystery man. Like we don't have your background. You are marked as a mystery man, and you're doing great. Like playing control decks, playing them well. So the question I always ask to people being at this stage in Hearthstone in the final is, do you have any previous card game experience?
Actually, I'm not. I always like the card games, but I have never played Magic or anything. So no, the Hearthstone is the first one. So
how did you get into Hearthstone, and when did you get into Hearthstone?
actually, and during the closed beta, and I, as I said, I kind of liked the card games, and I thought that when Blizzard is doing that, so it will be like really accessible to all the people. So I started it. So yeah.
Did you play any esports before? Because you're not that stressed when you play. It seems like you're calm. You're making good decisions. So did you have any experience with any other competitions before?
Like I don't know, it was like 12, 14 years ago. We played the Unreal tournament with friends. Like it was a little bit competition, but it was mostly for fun as well. So
Well,
not
it's
really.
an old school esports background. Well, let's talk
Yeah.
about that game. You went 2 games down early on against the Mech Shaman, and obviously you had to reverse all kill with Paladin. When you were saying it 2-0 down, and as Nimsh said, like we couldn't really read anything from your face all the way through those games. You know, Alchemix, we could kind of tell a little bit what he was thinking looking at him, but you were just very calm all the way through. How did you feel at that point when you knew you were going to have to win 3 games in a row to stay in it?
I thought it's over. I thought I'm done actually. So I was just thinking, okay, let's try. Whatever, we'll see.
Most impressive. Like you actually kept your calm and you were able to go through it. Um,
Yeah,
coming
that's what I
back
was
even.
trying to do the most to stay calm because I was
Yeah.
actually nervous.
Coming back even before the Alchemix game, you won versus Amaz. How did that feel?
Yeah, it was really great because both our first 2 games I won with the warrior deck and it was really close games. I was almost dead in both games and I just got really lucky and got back in the game. So it was nice. Then we had like a one quite bad game with the warrior versus priest. To be honest, I didn't know what to do, so I was just waiting, and then of course it was the bad decision. And then with the hunter, I got lucky in top decks and I won.
Well, we're going to let you go very soon and prepare for the grand final. Obviously, that's coming up after our next semi-final. It's going to be a best of 7, so we're going to see even more decks from you. But what do you think of our next semi-final? Ari versus Gara. Ari's another guy who, just like you, has come through the open qualifiers and has done really well, beat Kalento in his way to get here. And Gara, probably the most well-known player left in this tournament right now. What do you make of those 2 players, and who would you most like to face in the final?
Actually, I'm not sure because Ari already beat me in the groups, and he played really well. Actually, I shield slam without a shield to Ari, so I'm kind of worried to play Ari again. So actually, I would rather face Gara, I guess. But at this point, I don't know.
Well,
Doesn't matter much, I
congratulations.
guess.
Well, congratulations, Dale. As I say, we will see you a little bit later on in our grand final, but you're now guaranteed at least $1,000 in prize money, which is a pretty good show return for all the work that you've put in. But we'll see you later on, and we're going to get into our second semi-final just now.
Thanks.
Okay, so we can see our second semi-final here, Ari versus Gara. And like Dale said, Ari beat him in the group stages, but Gara's a pretty well-known player, so it's kind of a toss-up for him for who he wants to face, but this is a very, very interesting semi-final.
Oh yeah, certainly. And I'm really looking forward to seeing more of the shaman from Gara, best shaman. We've seen some shaman action from Alchemix, so it's like a challenge to Gara to show us more. But then again, Ari just went through Colento, Sixo, and a lot of great players. We've seen a lot of great Hunter plays from him. I'm really curious to see his other decks, and also everything actually starts and it picks and bans. Those players will ban two classes from each other, and that will be where the strategy works. That's where you actually can outplay your opponent and lock his setup so that your setup actually wins against that.
Absolutely. So we can see the players there, and we can see the lineups, in fact. Very, very similar. Hunter, Mage, Rogue, and Druid for both. First time we didn't see Mage or Rogue in the lineups of Dale and Alchemixed, but we see a Shaman for Gara, like you said, and a Warrior for Ari. Pretty even lineups.
Oh yeah, certainly. Those lineups are definitely even. I'm happy to see Rogue. Valira is one of the most powerful decks right now, and a very difficult one to play. It is similar to the old Miracle Rogue, but it is in fact different. So here, there is a lot of possible bans because you can ban Hunter. We've talked about it many times. There are different builds, hard to counter. But Mech Mage, do we know if both players are actually playing Mech Mage?
I believe so, though. I think we've seen Ari play Freeze Mage in the past, so that could be. I think he might have played Freeze Mage in the groups, actually. So it'll be interesting to see what builds these guys have bought of things like Mage and Hunter.
Yeah, it's also like another reason to possibly ban Mage if you don't know what it is.
Okay, so we got
Right.
the first ban coming in, and it's the Druid of Gara that's been banned versus the Hunter of Ari. I think we've talked so many times over the past couple of days, Nimsh, that Druid and Hunter are the classes that you can feel comfortable to ban in a round situation like this and not give very much information to your opponent.
Yeah, definitely. Also, for Gara, banning the Hunter is a very correct decision because you just seen Ari win versus Sixo with a Hunter. So, not knowing much about Ari, you can try to assume that he's not skilled enough with other decks. So you want to ban his signature deck to be able to force him to play other classes as well. But then, knowing Gara personally, I know Gara has a lot of respect for the Hunter deck. He's mostly grinding with it, getting to Legend with it. So banning Hunter is not surprising for Gara specifically.
Yeah, so what do we think we see for the second ban here? These players, they have the Hunter still up for Gara, the Mage and Rogue still up for Ari, as well as the Druid. Lots of very dangerous classes on both sides.
I think for Gara will actually ban Druid. He was facing Druid before. He had problems with Druid, and Druid is a very powerful class to ban, where he should be able to counter Rogue with. Well, on the other hand, I'm looking at his Rogue, and Rogue is countering Shaman. Mirror Match is tough, and Rogue can win versus Mech Mage because if played well, it might have an advantage. So where again Gara has the mage. If it's a mech mage, he will be able to play versus druid. It's really tough. If you ban, oh, you actually banned mage.
Yeah, so we see the Hunter of Gara being banned, so no Hunter on either side, and the Mage of Ari being banned out as well. We don't know that, as I say, that may well be a freeze mage. We have seen him play that in the past, but pretty astute bans. We're going to see Rogue on both sides, the Druid for Ari, and the Warrior as well. This feels like a pretty balanced set of lineups here.
Yeah, it feels definitely balanced, but if Gara is playing Mech Mage might go for Druid and Warrior and Rogue. Mech Mage can actually sweep the setup. Looking at Gara's Shaman being a mixture of Mech and Standard Shaman, I don't really feel that it's that good against those lineups, but it's tough. It's like a new breed of Shaman, and Gara will know how to play it and how does it match against those classes. And Rogue powerful on both sides as well. Rogue is a class that also can sweep. So yeah, I agree that it's actually pretty balanced with Druid on the other hand for Ari also being able to sweep all those decks from Gara.
What do you think Gara might open with here? As I say, you know him very well. You know his style of play. I think we saw him open with the Shaman beforehand just because he knows that deck so well. Do you think that might be the strategy he'll go for here?
Yeah, I certainly think that he can open with Shaman to just test the waters, see what's going to be there. Try to seal as many games with the Shaman as possible, and maybe get some kills on the decks. Mech Mage will be more against Druid, so you want to keep it.
Okay, so I don't want to cut you off there, Nimsha. We're going to get into the second semi-final here and see what the first matchup is going to be.
Malfurion versus Jaina.
You
You asked for it.
I must protect the
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Semi-finals. Gara versus Airy.
Okay, so we see the Druid for Ari and a kind of an interesting looking mage deck for Gara. We see the Pilot Shredder there, which makes you think maybe this is a Mech Mage, but we also saw a Sludge Belcher.
And we've seen, I think, Mirror Entity as well, if I'm not mistaken. Or did
Yeah, we saw Mirror Entity and Unstable Portal, obviously. We don't have Gara's player cam. I think, as we said earlier in the podcast, he's in China right now with the Temple Storm team playing in NEL, so getting the cam for him was a little bit difficult. So we're just going to... Oh, the Hungry Crab off the Unstable Portal.
Yeah, Hungry Crab is terrible. So for Gara, the deck I'm looking at is something that Strifecrow played on stream. It's a tempo mage. You basically develop the minions and try to get tempo with the strong plays every turn. With Apprentice into Pilot to Shredder, Water Elementals. You use Mad Scientist. You have, I believe, 3 secrets. Maybe even, I think there is even 1 Kirin Tor in the list. If he is playing something similar, and I know Gara has a lot of respect for Strifecrow for his deck building skills, so he might be playing something similar. Then for Ari, there is this Druid. Well, even he didn't get the Wide Growth or Innervate. He still has a very powerful curve here.
I believe... yeah, that we saw that Kirin Tor Mage deck earlier in the tournament, I think. But I believe Gara and Strifecrow have trained together in the past, haven't they?
Yeah, they did, and it made Colento very sad, which was explicitly explained on BlizzCon.
But we're going to see the Frostbolt coming out here. That's a pretty good clear for this Pilot Shredder. And this is one of the advantages of bringing maybe a lesser seen deck, and hopefully we'll get to see what that secret is from our producer. But one of the advantages of seeing a lesser seen deck from Gara is that Ari really doesn't know what he's facing here.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Gara only has 3 cards in hand. Swipe is going to get Counterspell, which is very important. Gara is able to keep the minions on board and will be able to start dealing more and more damage, where Ari doesn't really have a great turn 5 play. If he plays this Druid of the Claw, there are cards in Gara's hand to counteract with that.
What do you think of the Flame Cannon for Gara, especially with the Sorcerer's Apprentice? That's a really good card, and we could see that used particularly against something like a Druid of the Claw to get a really, really good tempo swing. Flame Cannon, not a card that may be seen by a lot of players, but it can be very, very useful.
Oh yeah, it's certainly very good in this type of deck where you can use it right now and...
spell power as well, that's huge.
Yeah, that's just Hungry Crab, even though it was a very good card, is able to kill the Druid of the Claw. So Gara developing the board and having that Fireball, wow, having Dr. Boom as well. So for Gara, the situation is just fantastic.
Yeah, that's pretty nice work from that Hungry Crab. It's, like you said, making very, very efficient use of all the minions is absolutely key to this deck, and you know, putting every minion to work.
Actually, this game is over right now. He didn't even need the Frostbolt.
Wow, so 7 damage is going to come in from the Fireball, and that's going to be a turn 7 kill for Gara. Very, very quick game. And just like that, Ari's Druid, which, as you said, Gara very, very strong with in previous games, very, very struggled with in previous games. That Druid deck is going to go down, and Gara is going to jump out to an early 1-0 lead.
Still, Druid was a bad... Mage is a bad matchup for Druid, so Ari probably suspected that Gara will start with Shaman, tried to get the Druid first. Didn't expect Mage to be taken because Mech Mage is mostly a counter to Druid, so he tried to get that free win. Gara won the mind games in the blind picks, and he brought a different kind of Mage that worked versus this Druid beautifully. But then Ari still has his Rogue and Warrior, which can win versus the Mage and counter it. But then again, thinking about Flame Cannon, one of the best targets is Azure Drake. You just play Azure Drake for 5 and get destroyed by a 2-mana card.
Absolutely. So Ari's going to have to come back against his Mage here, and he doesn't really know still what he's playing against. Won't have got a huge amount of information in those 7 turns, but he's going to know that we certainly saw a lot of strange cards. Which deck do you think deals with this better? He's not going to be able to go with the Rogue Mech Mage, old matchup that we've seen so many times now. He might go for the Control Warrior and just try and maybe stall the game out a little bit more than he did in the last game.
It's a really tough question, which deck is better. because Shredders, which is troublesome for both decks, and we haven't seen that, but I assume that there is Water Elemental as well. So
Yeah.
freezing
Well,
both
we're gonna
decks.
jump into this game just now, and we'll see what it is that Ari is going to respond to this mage deck with.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1 Semi-Finals Gara versus Airy.
Okay, well, there's that Kirin mage that you mentioned, Nimsh. We do see that coming into hand for Gara, and it's going to be the rogue for Ari. This looks like it's an interesting rogue, actually. The Edmund Van Cleef, not always a common card in Oil Rogue. It could just be teched in, but this could be something different.
Yeah, it certainly can be something different, but other than that, the rest of the cards is standard for the Oil Rogue, and Edwin's still a very good card. So Ari taking this Rogue deck and getting a coin, which is important in the matchup. How is Gara going to respond to that? With Mad Scientist, he will be able to get a Frostbolt and prepare this Edwin for the ping, but then Ari actually has the Farseer to heal it.
Yeah, that's pretty crucial. And playing the Edwin on turn 2 like that with the coin, a lot of players might hold on to the Edwin and try and make a huge Edwin, but that 4/4 on turn 2, it's effectively a Millhouse Mana Storm without the drawback.
A pretty nice top deck for Gara with Piloted Shredder. He will be able to develop it, but then again, what is he going to do? Using Mad Scientist, just attacking through face doesn't do that much. You allow good trades for your opponent. Maybe killing the free with a 3/2, or maybe killing this Edwin with an attack and a ping and developing if another Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Yeah, that's what we're going to see here. He's going to kill off the Edwin, play the second Apprentice. Pretty nice to have that in his hand to follow up and curve well with the hero power. And he's going to have the Azure Drake next turn, and we saw how devastating that Azure Drake was in the last game.
For now, it seems that Ari is in a good position. He has strong minions. He has stuff to fight the board. He has cards on curve. So he is stopping Gara, and Gara is actually getting low on cards. Azure Drake will be really important to get one more card and then develop some kind of the board. And Mad Scientist is also fetching him a free secret. But other than that, I feel Ari is in a good position where he has the advantage.
Yeah, very definitely. And those Eviscerates are going to be absolutely huge as well to get tempo back on the board. Especially if he can combo them with an Azure Drake. He's going to be able to kill just about anything that Gara's going to throw out here. He's going to trade with the Mad Scientist. I wonder what secret that is. We didn't get to see what the secret was in the last game. But we're probably
the last time it was a counter spell.
Was that a counter spell? Okay. I didn't catch that. But we're going to probably see the Azure Drake here on turn 5.
Azure Drake is a very powerful play, but you have to think if you want to kill that for free. Also, you can go for a ping on a free one and then develop the Kirin Tor. So first you check what's going to happen after killing the for free. And well, seeing this, you can probably go for the Kirin Tor actually. Just abuse the Fire Blast, get as much value from the hero power as possible. Developing Kirin Tor gives you... well, you do give an information that there is no secret in your hand. But still, Kirin Tor is not going to die here.
Oh, and it's a mirror entity for Gara, and handing over an Azure Drake, that's a pretty bad minion to see for Ari to see copied. And there's a Flame Cannon as well.
Flame Cannon is super powerful right now. He will be able to develop Piloted Shredder and Flame Cannon Azure Drake. And this is exactly what we were talking about. Like a 2-mana card dealing with a 5-mana card. And again, Gara in his saddle, he was able to clear the board and has a lot of powerful minions. There is no AoE for Ari, even though he has the minions. The problem with this rogue deck is that you don't have the taunts.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to use the SI7 to clear the Shredder here and hope it's nothing particularly scary. But that Azure Drake's going to live. And it's a 2-3. That's not a bad pickup for Gara. He's got another Azure Drake here, and developing these two Azure Drakes makes it look pretty scary. And there's a Sludge Belcher. Gara pretty much taking control of this matchup with that previous turn. The Flame Cannon draw really has swung this tempo for Gara.
I'm really surprised how much Fire Blast is Gara using. Really excellent play to abuse the hero power. But then again, Ari, 7 mana and almost a full hand. He can clear those Azure Drakes if he decides to.
That might well have to be the play here. Just to clear this board out and get himself some sort of advantage, but there is an Azure... Oh, he's not going to clear 2. Yeah, he's just going to clear the 1.
Yeah, if you play Azure Drake, you have to actually kill only 1. He could have played like an SI, double Eviscerate, but then he values having 1 Eviscerate as well. It is a powerful card.
And this game is just running away from Ari here. Gara with the Sylvanas. A great tempo play. It's going to really mess up what Ari's able to do. What is your move here if you're Ari?
Well, you do want to kill Sylvanas because there is no point in developing minions. Well, basically, you need to clear the board. And
yes. Backstab, trade the Azure Drake into the Sylvanas, and then eviscerate, or you could SI7 Dagger to kill the Azure Drake.
Well, you will have, if you... I'm just thinking, like, what's the best course of action? If you maybe can eviscerate Sylvanas, like backstab, trade the 4/4 into 4/3, eviscerate Sylvanas. But I think you can actually develop Violet Teacher here and then play the spells.
Pay attention, class.
Yeah, so that's what we're going to see. We're going to see the
I am ready to learn.
Blood Mage come out in a second as well, it looks like. They might opt to dagger up.
That makes sense as well. It's a decision, like, if you value having a card more or having a weapon to be able to use your mana more efficiently. He still doesn't have the Blade Flurry, so it's not that important to develop the weapon here.
That Flame Strike.
Yes, just clearing the board is so powerful. He could also go for, like, developing the minions, but then it's dangerous because Rogue normally has the Blade Flurry, so there is a possibility that he will clear your board and go in, deal a lot of damage, still have the board. But if you decide to clear the board, then you just develop your minions on an empty. Unstable Portal. Are we going to see another Hungry Crab?
We'll possibly see in just a second. But I mean, Ari is known for his rogue play. It's probably the deck that he says he's most comfortable with. You can see he has a golden rogue. But this matchup is really not working out well for him here. And I think just the unorthodox nature of this mage deck makes it really hard for Ari to respond.
I think that the key problem that Ari is facing is the lack of Blade Flurry. He has a lot of weapon buffs, but no way to utilize that with the Blade Flurry that's clearing the board. And in the minion fights, the rogue wins mostly if you can both deal damage to the face with a buffed weapon and clear the board in the same way. But right now, it's not doing that much. He is developing the board, but Gara still has 6 attack from the Piloted Shredder and Zombie Chow. Also, it's really interesting that Gara decided to play the Zombie Chow, even though he was really close to winning the game. Zombie Chow is actually going to heal.
Yeah, that feels like that's an interesting choice. I'm not sure if I certainly agree with that. There's a wow, Frostwolf Warlord. Am I right?
Yeah, that's a big minion, and he has mana to do that. Play Slash Belcher and develop the Warlord.
What would that be? Would that be a 6/6 for 2 mana? That's pretty good.
Yeah. And then you probably clear with an 8/2. 8/2 is such a tasty target to kill, and with the 6/6 and a 3/5, you're looking good.
Yeah, you got to feel good about this.
I really love Piloted Shredder as a card. Well, 4/5 is a blank. It only will buff the Warlord. But then Piloted Shredder is creating such complicated boards because you have to analyze all the possible minions you can get. Like, do you play your minions first, or do you expect a Doomsayer? Or maybe there will be a Mana Wraith and you won't be able to play your minions because you will have to pay more for that. Or is there a Lore Walker Cho, so maybe you won't be able to play your spells. So Piloted Shredder is always complicated, like creating such a complicated board, which makes the game even more interesting.
Yeah, I said yesterday, I think it's just like completely changed the maths and the theory of trading in Hearthstone. You know, I'll always trade the minion, and you know, if you've got a 3/2 on board, trade that into the 4/3. But then if you've got nothing else on board and something scary comes out, you've set yourself backwards. So it definitely has changed just the whole decision-making process of the game.
Ari picking up preparation, one of the worst cards he could get here. Card that doesn't do anything. If he gets his sprint off the top, that will be important. But right now he's in a really weird spot. Garrett comfortably at 28 points of health. Just needs that one fireball or anything for Ari that will not clear.
Oh no.
For both players, but that's it. That's basically 5 damage from Gara, and Ari can't do anything about it.
No, that's going to be it, unfortunately. Ari's going to go down 2-0 here to Gara's unorthodox mage deck, that super efficient mage deck. We saw some of those other cards that we didn't see in the previous match. We saw Kazan Mystic, we saw Kirin Tor Mage, and Gara, like you said, just playing really efficiently, playing minions out and trying to take board advantage and just never letting Ari establish a board presence.
I really wonder if Gara is playing Water Elemental in this deck. It's still possible that we haven't seen it. We went through a couple of cards from both decks, but Water Elemental can still be hidden. But if he is playing Kazan Mystic, it's possible that he actually swapped Water Elementals for Mystics. Definitely an interesting matchup here. So Ari is down to his Paladin, I believe.
It's warrior deck.
It's a warrior.
Yep.
All right.
So he's going to have to reverse all kill with warrior here. Strap in, guys. If this is going to happen, it's going to be a long time. But yeah, so we've got... Yeah, we're going into this game here, and we're going to see the warrior of Ari against the mage of Gara.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1 Semi-Finals Gara versus Airy.
Okay, so see some more cards for Gara. There's some more information. Dr. Boom, but almost of the same cards we've seen. We do see the Unstable Portal again, which is interesting, but we see a Death Spike coming in for Ari, Cruel Taskmaster, some early options, but not what he would have been looking for in terms of like Fiery War Axes and Armor Smiths.
Oh yeah, certainly. Without Fiery War Axe, this might be difficult. He picks Armor Smith, which is important, but still, Gara has this the Sorcerer's Apprentice. He gets Mirror Entity. I still wonder if he's playing Mana Worms. Like, we haven't seen the Mana Worms, and in most of... Oh, Doomsayer.
Oh no.
He actually plays it. Wow.
That's a pretty good response to Armor Smith. I guess if you're trying to reduce the armor potential of the warrior and stop the warrior being able to get anything off, and the Armor Smith isn't going to buff anything here because it's just destruction rather than damage. That's a pretty good. That's about as good a response to an Armor Smith on turn 2 as you could probably get.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty good play. He also stopped this Acolyte from being played, and right now he will be the one playing the minion on empty board and maintaining advantage here. Mirror Entity for Gara will be important as well, because against the warrior, especially if you've seen the small minion, you will play Mirror Entity on something like turn 6, maybe before Dr. Boom, and try to get the Shield Maiden.
Hello. There's a second Unstable Portal. That Explosive Sheep could be pretty important. There's words I never thought I'd say.
Yeah, it is, but it's funny how Gara got all the cards from Fatigue Mage, both Doomsayer and the Sheep.
Yeah, there's certainly cards you wouldn't, if it didn't highlight to Ari that these came from an Unstable Portal, he might actually think that the Unstable Portal minion hadn't been played with the Doomsayer. But Mirror Entity on the Acolyte, that feels pretty good for Ari. He's going to be able to clear that out with the... Well, actually, yeah, he's going to get 2 cards off his own Acolyte because of the Whirlwind's going to trigger... Yeah, the Whirlwind's going to trigger before... Yeah, the Whirlwind triggers and then kills...
Yeah, he's getting 2 cards. But on the other hand, he gave Gara a card as well. And Gara is getting a second Mirror Entity there. He still has a Portal as well. Yeah, this game is definitely finding out to be an interesting one. Dr. Boom will be very important for Gara, and right now Gara is just going to abuse the spells. What is he going to get from the portal? Oh, a BGH.
Not bad. And he's certainly not going to throw that one out straight away.
Well, even though it's a 4-2 attack minion that can be on tempo, but playing against Warrior, you know that that BGH will be useful.
That's a free BGH as well. If Ari was to get his BGH on turn 7, then Gara could respond with his own and kill the Dr. Boom opposing him in the same turn.
Yeah.
That's pretty huge. That could be that BGH coming off the unstable portal could be the card that swings this game in favor of Gara if he's able to pull it off on the right turn. Ari
That
looks like he's
certainly
going.
is. Certainly, that's a better card than 100 grab.
He was checking for counterspell with that shield slam, and it's another mirror entity and another weapon taken out straight away.
And another Acolyte of Pain being copied. So both players getting cards, and there is no silence for Gara, so this Acolyte is going to draw at least one card. A Frostbolt, a very important card to get here to stop this Acolyte from... Oh, he actually decides not to kill it. So Ari will be able to buff the Acolyte with the Taskmaster and draw 2 cards and deal with the Sludge Belcher easily.
Yeah, that's not bad for Ari. He picks up a Sludge Belcher of his own. He does have 2 in hand. We're probably going to see that played, as the Belcher of Gara gets dealt with pretty well. But turn 7, probably... Is that a Snap Doctor Boom turn for Gara?
I think it is. Normally, I would say that Ari is in a good position because he was able to clear the board, stop the mage from getting any tempo advantage. But then we have Dr. Balanced / Dr.
Dr. GG.
Dr. GG, Dr. OP being played. And there is no BGH for Ari. There is no Execute as well. So how do you clear this Dr. Boom without taking too much damage? Taskmaster and trade both minions to that.
But he can't even do that because the... Well, I guess you'd have to go with the Death Spite as well. But he's just going to put up a couple of taunts. I think probably clear the 1/2 slime with the 2/2 and then go face. Like I was picking
really
up
curious.
pictures.
It's really curious, like how Ari has no spells in hand, even though he is a warrior. He only has minions and 1 weapon. The minions are good, certainly. He has the Grom combo with Taskmaster. He has another Belcher. Harrison Jones, which will be useless in this matchup. But the cards overall are interesting. No spells though, which means that trading with anything will be difficult. And if Gar continues just developing minions, it will end up being a minion-on-minion trade battle. And Gara is the one who has removal cards in form of fireballs and frostbolts.
He's actually going to use the Death Spite to clear the boom here. That's pretty interesting. It's a lot of damage to take to the face, and he has been burst down by this deck. And I'm just looking, how much damage is there in hand for Gara?
15 at least.
He doesn't have the mana to play everything right now, but yeah, this is starting to look pretty scary.
I always count, in this situation, I always count what happens if the bombs deal 8 damage to face. Right now, Ari is actually safe because he has both Armor Smith and a Taunt, and 21 in total. But for Gara, it's starting to fan out as a pretty good situation. You probably want to get Azure Drake on board to develop something. Maybe use the Flame Cannon but you want to hit the Armor Smith with a Flame Cannon.
So I guess you want to trade put the bombs into the slime and hope that you kill off these 2 smaller minions, and then go with the Azure Drake Flame Cannon.
I think you can actually risk the Flame Cannon first and hope that you get the Armor Smith, or maybe ping the 2-1. Oh, with Frostbolt, he's actually dealing with Armor Smith.
Yeah, I thought you might keep the Frostbolt for face and just have as much burst damage as possible, but the bombs do go face as well.
And there is a first spell for Ari, Brawl. So what's the situation here? So Ari can actually kill the 4 without any problems, but then losing his 2-1, which is not ideal for him.
Yeah, it is very difficult. We could see probably just we could just see a Shield Maiden come up here and try and develop some armor, get himself out of range. And he can kill the Azure Drake, but he's actually just going to go for a Gromash, and that is going to die to BGH.
Yeah, that's certainly going to die to BGH. There are also fireballs, so I don't necessarily understand this play, but this is something that some people do. Like, they use Gromash early to counter the board. Maybe he feels that he needs that Grom right now to be able to deal damage, and assumes that there is no removal in Gar's hand.
I don't really like this play because I like that I feel okay with the Grommash. I guess putting the Grommash on board is a big threat and really challenging your opponent is okay. I can see the merit in that, but not using the Death Spite to clear. I guess you've got to think he's got a Fireball somewhere in his hand.
I've got the beast.
But the BGH is actually what's going to come down. He's going to keep those Fireballs for burn.
The reason I see Grommash being played is that if you don't play the Grommash, you will have to kill the Acid Drake with the weapon, and then you go down to 13. So with
which is double Fireball ping, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we see a Sludge Belcher is going to be pretty crucial here. I think that's probably got to come up.
First, you have to think about this Death Spite, how to use it. You can go for Brawl, kill whatever happens with Death Spite, and then develop the Belcher. But then you're dead to double Fireball, I believe, and a ping.
Yeah.
If you go for Death Spite, you will probably want to play Shield Maiden, and then you're not clearing everything. Well, Ari is actually in trouble here. It's a really tough spot.
Yep, and this actually looks like it's going to be it here. Yep, that's Ari's whole turn. So he does have the armor, the higher power. I thought he was going to go for I thought he was going to think about the Harrison Jones, but Gara's going to need to look for some more damage. And the Alexstrasza's in hand for Ari. So if Gara decides to push his damage here and just put the Fireballs into face straight away to put his opponent down to, he can put his opponent down to 2. But he would just heal straight back up with the Alexstrasza. That would definitely be a backward step.
Oh, he's missing the Belcher. Definitely wanted to hit the Sludge Belcher. But still, 50-50, 8 damage base. It's really powerful with Ragnar's on board. And double Fireball.
So we're going to see Shield Maiden. Absolutely, because he needs to get his armor back up again. He's very conscious of Fireballs. His opponent could easily have double Fireball.
Go with
Yeah, he's going to go with the Alexstrasza because it's protected by the Sludge Belcher as well.
But this means that Gara can actually go for a 30% win. And he knows that Alexstrasza is out. So if he unloads the Fireballs and deals 13 points of damage, he has a couple of great targets. So deal 13. Well, he doesn't even have to deal 13. He just needs to deal 7. So 7 to face, and then he puts himself in a situation where A, he wins. B, he kills Alexstrasza. C, he kills Belcher. And killing Belcher will be the worst. But right now, Gara is positioning himself to win this game in a beautiful manner.
Oh, he kills the Alexstrasza. That's definitely what he wanted to see, other than going to face. Execute coming to hand, that's going to be the only way for Ari to deal with the ignorance. So probably going to be Bomb Lob or Execute, and then armor up. Or yeah, that's what we're going to see. Yeah. Bomb Lob or Execute.
Also, the order didn't matter. Like, he could attack into the Ragnaros and Execute and then play the Bomb Lobber, but the same effect, like Sludge Belcher will be dead.
Yep, so we do see that Mana Worm finally that you've been looking for these whole 3 games.
So now Ari does what the Warrior does normally. Even though he was super low in a very bad situation and Gara had a 33% to win, Ari is not dead. And then Gara is getting out of steam. Like, there is this one Fireball, but he used both Frostballs. He used one Fireball already. And with 16 points of health, Ari's getting out of reach.
So we're going to see the second Fireball come down here, and that's going to make Ari feel pretty good now he knows that those are both gone. And he does have Dr. Boom here. And a Shield Block.
Yeah, Shield Block is a fantastic pickup. He can develop the Boom. But do you want to develop the Boom? You probably want to develop the Boom. Even if... well, if you develop the Boom, Boom can be stolen. So this Sylvanas is proving to be really difficult as a card.
Fiery War Axe, that's pretty nice because he can deal with the Mana Worm. And then, yep, just going to see the Harrison Jones to threaten the Sylvanas. I guess he figures that the Harrison Jones is going to deal with the Sylvanas, and then Boom can come out on what hopefully will be an empty board, or a pretty close to empty board.
Yeah, but this means that Gara is able to deal 6 points of damage this turn, getting Ari to 9 with Dr. Boom getting dropped. This game is getting closer than expected. Oh wow, he actually goes for that. That was a very interesting play by Ari, because if he will get a Frostwolf Grant, he wouldn't be able to kill Sylvanas.
Yeah, there's a couple of taunts at the 2 slot, the Unstable Ghoul as well. He wouldn't have been able to kill the Sylvanas. That's definitely feels like a poor choice for sequencing from Ari, not hitting the Sylvanas first.
Zombie Chow top deck for Gara. This is definitely something you would never like to see. Gara just trying to unload some damage here, but he's in trouble. Like with double Fireball,
Shield Maiden. Oh, that's probably gonna save Ari and bring him right back into this. The bombs are gonna go face. There's 1 and a 3, so that's 4. It's bottom 50%, but actually the health totals are starting to get a little bit close here.
Gara needs a Pyroblast. He still had a Frostbolt, but it's not enough. It's 10 points of damage, and no way he's not going to play the Zombie Chow. Zombie Chow is in no way to contest the 7-7 or 5-5.
This game's over. Really. And I don't see any way for Gara to get back into this game. What can he top deck? Unless he is playing a Pyroblast, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see an Armor Up.
Yeah, I don't think he plays a Pyroblast. He also used double Unstable Portal, so a possible Deathwing or anything else like that is out of the way. He has his own Dr. Boom.
Well, that's it. That's lethal.
Oh no, he used Dr. Boom already, so... Yeah, there's nothing else in Gara's deck.
Ari's going to pull one out here. He's going to beat the Mage deck with his Warrior. And now Gara is going to have to come back here. That Mage deck, which dominated the first 2 games, finishing them in fairly quick fashion, really ran out of steam in that deck. And that is one of the things with Warriors. That armor can just be so crucial if you can stay above, double Fireball range or Fireball Frostbolt range, and just stay, just alive long enough for your opponent to run out of steam, and then you get back into it with snowballing with Shield Maidens and Shield Blocks at the perfect time.
Really well played by Ari. Also, it's important that Gara had this 33% to win the game with Ragnaros, but he didn't, and it gave Warrior a chance to come back almost from the dead and actually win the game. But right now, Gara is down to his Shaman and Rogue. He needs to pick one of the decks to win versus Warrior, where Shaman was originally very good versus Warriors, using weapon like a Doomhammer to chip in the armor.
Yeah. Okay, we're just waiting for the game to get started here. We're going to wait for this final game, just a quick break here. But yeah, so with the Shaman and the Rogue left for Gara, he's going to have to beat the Mage. And the Shaman, you were very excited to see, because this is, of course, Gara best Shaman. But
yes.
This is a very interesting matchup now. Gara was riding high on that Mage deck, was absolutely dominating it. Now, actually, neither of these decks are amazing against the Warrior.
I think Shaman's actually good.
Okay, well, let's go into the game and see what Gara decides to go with.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1 Semi-Finals. Gara versus Airy.
Okay, so we do see the Shaman from Gara, like Nimsh suggested, the all-knowing Nimsh, and those shield blocks are in hand pretty early for Ari this time. Does have the Fire War Axe and an Acolyte of Pain as well.
So what is important in the analyzing the hands, as you said, there's like double shield block for Ari. He has the weapons. He doesn't have the minions, so he won't be able to contest the board with minions. There is only a single Acolyte of Pain, which is not that amazing. But he has a lot of armor. He will have time. He has removal cards in forms of Execute and Shield Slam. For Gara, he had a pretty good start with Harvest Golem, and he has the follow-up. He has the Bomb Lobber, which might work versus Acolyte of Pain. But if the Acolyte of Pain is not being played, there is not enough value for the Bomb Lobber. Other than that, he has Fire Elementals, so he has the minions. Originally, this matchup was very good for Shaman, because you do develop the board many times. And even after the Brawl, you are able to develop the board again with the totems and the minions you play. And Warrior not being able to clear is just losing armor and losing the game in the end. But we have a lot of new GVG cards, so this might have changed a bit.
Well, the Acolyte of Pain for Ari is getting some work done here. It's going to draw some cards, and the board clear of Gara. It does have the Power Mace as well, So suggest there are maybe a few mechs in there to get buffed. Double Fire Elemental is pretty scary in the hand for Gara, but he's going to use this Power Mace to clear the Acolyte on turn 5. Doesn't have a huge amount left to do. And totem up and just maybe set himself up for Fire Elemental next turn.
That's interesting that he opts to keep the Bomb Lobber. He favors the 4 damage more than just getting a Power Mace. Even though he doesn't have a good mech to play, he has this Healbot, which is the only mech in his hand right now, but you probably don't just follow up with Healbot. You use the Power Mace more to clear, or maybe hope to top deck a mech that you play. Whoa, that's a mech.
That is definitely a mech, and that's a big mech to get buffed here. Actually, this feels like a really good turn for Gara.
That's actually pretty sick.
That's going to be an 8-6.
Yeah, that's a very powerful mech, and he is able to clear this Acolyte with 1 swing only, so Acolyte, again, giving 1 card. Developing an 8-6 instead of a 6-5 Fundamental is huge. But Ari does have ways to clear this with a Shield Block and Shield Slam.
No BGH, but does, as you say, does have the Shield Block, Shield Slam. And Oasis Snapjaw.
That's not the best, considering that he could get a Warrior Elemental at least.
Or a Yeti.
Yeah, but it is a minion for like Baron Rivender. It's also for mana minion.
Oh, it could get a pre-nerf Leroy Jenkins. You never know.
True. Maybe it is somewhere in the database.
Not really true. I made that up. So lots of options in the hand for Gara, and you know that Oasis Snapjaw, that's going to get some work done. It's going to start chipping away at the armor, snapping away at the armor, you could say. There is a Big Game Hunter. I don't think the Big Game Hunter is actually the stats that we see on that card there.
That's a Warlock card.
Yeah, one of the little bugs of Spectator mode. I find it really interesting, actually, that just randomly some cards will appear as 0-stat Warlock cards, no matter what class is being played. It's just a reading issue, I guess, with the data, but it's kind of funny.
That's because you called the Leroy Jenkins for 4 mana. Observer mode is just slashing at you.
I cursed it. But lots of armor here for Ari, and this is what we didn't see him do in the first couple of games. Obviously, this is 2-1 to Gara at this point, not the 2-0 you see on the screen. Just we need to update that score on the left there.
So right now, it's tough to say who is winning this match because both players have a lot of options and a lot of cards in hand. But when the game progresses, Shaman should be able to come on top if the Warrior is not able to kill him before, because Warrior will have to spend all the removal cards and all the minion cards to stay on board, and Shaman will just continue developing it and clearing. So for the Warrior, the chance is here to not die and then use the combo to win the game with Alexstrasza and Grom. But if he's not able to do that, then Shaman will have an advantage and can win.
Is he going to run the Fire War Axe? I guess he's got a lot of armor so he can afford to, but it's going to take 6 damage to face here, it looks like, and maybe execute? Yeah, that's what he's going to go for.
There's no other way to actually activate the execute, and you want to get rid of Spiral Mental if you develop minions. Armor Smith and Sludge Belcher, one of the most annoying setups for Warrior, because you do need to spend a lot of resources to go through the Sludge Belcher. But on the other hand, Gara has the Bomb Lobber, double Bomb Lobber actually, and he has a Hex still as well.
Yeah, lots of options in hand for Gara. And this is a pretty strong matchup here on the Shaman. You know, he is the best Shaman, we've said it before, and we'll surely say it a few more times before the day is out.
Certainly a best Shaman. Well, to those people who don't know, Gara Best Shaman is a nickname that Gara took many, many years ago when he was playing World of Warcraft and was playing WoW Arenas. He was playing Shaman deck, and he was one of the best. Arguably,
yeah, not a deck in WoW.
Yeah. And right now, he actually can't change the nickname, and he regrets that. And we are making fun of him all the time at the events. But he is certainly a very good Shaman player as well in Hearthstone. So here, Warrior Ari just a couple of plays, drawing a card, getting armor
have
up,
no time
just,
for games.
making sure that he's not going to die easily. Playing Sylvanas, pretty safe play. You haven't seen the Hex before, but even if you see the Hex, you're probably fine with that. You do have a lot of big minions that you can play as a follow-up. So if you know the Hex is out of the way, you will be more safe to play those minions. But we already see the situation that we mentioned before. Warrior getting lower in cards, and I consider when Warrior has 5 cards in hand, I consider that a low amount of cards.
Yeah, certainly, it's particularly before we've reached turn 10, We're barely halfway through this game at this point, we're not even at turn 10 yet. But using the Earth Shock and the Bomb Number, that's pretty crucial to deal with the Sylvanas.
Yeah, he's able also to keep the Hex for something bigger. But then Ari is getting to top deck the Taskmaster, so he has the Grom combo in hand with Alexstrasza there. Hex is probably going to get dropped, and Gara is nowhere near killing Ari with his setup on board. No taunts for Gara as well, but he has the heal bot, and that's really important. He will be able to get out of range from Grom and Taskmaster.
It's so difficult to see how Ari is going to climb back into this here. He has the Alexstrasza, obviously, and, the board is really scary. That Hex... He does have a Brawl.
I think for Gara it's like Hex and heal bots, because when Alexstrasza is getting dropped, it's not random. Alexstrasza is telegraphing Grom with a Taskmaster next turn. But still, totem up, heal bots, and a good chance for Ari to come back is this Brawl that he has in hand to try and get the board cleared. But still, Gara in a very good position. Doesn't even necessarily have to drop the heal bot. He's probably going to do it, but if you count the damage, you know that Warrior from a full hand can deal 12 damage maximum.
Yeah, so he's keeping himself a little bit high, and he does have that anti-heal bot, so I guess press the board advantage this turn. And if nothing particularly scary happens, I think we're probably going to see the Brawl. Brawl and Belcher is a pretty solid play. We could also see Brawl and Harrison.
Yeah, both plays are very powerful. You certainly don't use Grom and Taskmaster this turn to get additional to 3 points of damage. You want to limit the number of minions.
But mostly because you know at this point that one of the things that's made Shaman, that has been very, very good for Shaman coming out of GVG, is they've finally got healing options.
That belongs in a museum.
So you got to expect
that's
potential of an
certainly
anti-heal
true.
bot.
In the past, Shaman didn't have a heal, and you could always assume that, hey, there's no way the Shaman is going to heal. But
Didn't
right now
go
with
for the
heal,
Brawl.
no respect for the Bloodlust.
No respect for the Savage Roar, because you never know. Gara could have those mad hacks and be Savage Roaring it up, but I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about not playing the Brawl that turn. I think there was a really good chance of getting a pretty clear board, and then you could just Harrison Jones, take the card, take the weapon off the board, and take some of the power off.
I think the reasoning that Ari is applying here is play the minions and try to force Gara to not trade into your minions to put yourself in a situation where you win with Grom and Taskmaster next turn. So he felt like this board is not that scary, and there is a small possibility that Harrison Jones will actually survive. But Gara is like he knows the matchup, and for him it's obvious that Grom and Taskmaster is somewhere there. So he's going to keep himself at 12 plus, let's say.
Yep, is he going to go for the heal bot this turn?
Still
might
not
not.
necessary, actually.
Yeah, I guess he might hope that Ari overcommits and gives him a good chance. There's the Lothib, and a full board for Gara.
Also for Ari not playing Baston Brawl. It's like Brawl is Baston in French. So not playing Brawl for Ari is maybe sending a signal to Gara that Brawl is not there, giving him a chance to overextend, which he did. He did play a lot of minions as well.
Oh, there's a Mana Wraith. Well, that's going to mess with Gara well before it messes with Ari here. But it's just going to be anti-kill bot, probably totem up. And Gara's just going to press on his board advantage here. And there's not a lot in the hand of Ari to really push back here.
Yeah, to be honest, this Mana Wave is actually stopping the Gromash Taskmaster combo from being
Absolutely.
played.
That's huge.
There's no
Huge.
even not a good way to get to that Mana Wave because Gara got a Taunt Totem, so he might be forced to play a Bomb Lobber for 6 and a weapon. Weapon first, secure the totem, and then Bomb Lobber, and try to get that.
Go for the 1 in 3 on the Mana Wraith.
And he misses. Bomb Lobber kills itself, kind of.
Yeah, that's not what Ari would have wanted. We're just going to see more totems. We're going to see the Fire Elemental coming out here. Neptune into hand for Gara. It's a card we haven't seen a lot of in this tournament so far. But this match really feels like it's slipping away from Ari. Gets another Bomb Lobber. But he doesn't have any way to deal with this Fire Elemental.
Well, he might be forced to attack into the Fire Elemental with the weapon and then Whirlwind. He will ensure the kill on basically almost everything. Oh, he can also actually get a kill with a Bomb Lobber. So attack into the heal bot, then Whirlwind, then Bomb Lobber to clear the board.
Okay, well, Bomb Lobber, 1 in 3. Let's see if he'll do a little better for Ari this time.
Wait, he didn't have the Whirlwind? What happened? I thought there was a Whirlwind as well.
Yeah, he played the Whirlwind, and then...
Oh, the game actually stopped. So we might have a technical issue here.
Yeah, look, it looked like he did play that because we lost the green outline from the Bomb Lobber. So we're just going to jump out there and jump back into spectator mode in just a second. Just reset the game. This does happen in spectator mode. It was only patched a couple of days ago as well, so there's still a little bit of teething issues, I'm sure, with the new patch of spectator mode. But it does make it easier. You don't have to jump out in between games anymore.
Yeah, still, even if there is like a problem with the game, I think Gara was ahead enough. But yeah, no problems here. Everything's good, and we have
this board has developed a little bit.
Yeah, a couple of things happened here, and there is this Neptune Airshock. We're probably going to see the Airshock on Grom. A lot of Murlocs. Are those Murlocs good?
He got
Oh,
three.
great.
He got 1 okay one and 3 bad ones, I think. You're really looking for the Tide Caller, looking for the Bluegills. You're looking for the one War Leader maybe. Cold Light's pretty good, but those Cold Light Seers are, one of them could be good, but 2 of them's pretty bad. And the Murloc Raider is probably the worst one.
By the way, we just said before that there is like, we don't see the way that Ari can actually come back in this game, and he actually just did. With
Yeah, he
this
definitely did.
He cleared the board. He has developed the board on his side. Even though Grom is silenced, it doesn't matter that much. It's still a 4/4 minion right now.
Yeah, this is actually starting to get a little bit scary for Gara. He's going to heal bot and put himself out of range again, and then the Murloc Raider fits perfectly into the curve, I guess.
Somehow this game turned into a full-on slugfest with both players just, trading minions. Whoever wins the minion trading contest is going to take this game. Warrior is going to put himself up. Is going to keep the board. But Gara is playing Lightning Storm. We haven't seen Lightning Storm yet from him.
That's very true. The Warrior's much deeper in cards by the looks of things as well. I don't know if we can maybe get our producer to give us a look at the card numbers left. Yeah, there's only 3 cards left in the deck for Ari versus 8 for Gara. So, there's a Dr. Boom for Gara, and that's going to come straight down on the board. That Cold Light Oracle, yeah, his Dr. Boom is the last card in his deck. Does have a Taskmaster Execute for the Dr. Boom of Gara, though.
Wow, that was actually an amazing finish to the. I didn't expect that finish for this game. Like Neptune changed a bit, and Ari right now just 6 cards in total for his plays. He was going to start taking fatigue damage from next turn, where Dr. Boom on both sides and a Hex.
Yeah, it feels like Gara probably still has the advantage here. He's got many more cards left in his deck to dig through, and Ari is all out of options. He's got to go with the Taskmaster Execute on the Dr. Boom.
Yeah, like Gara has more options in theory, but this board from Ari is just crazy. He was able to clear, and he is playing his own Doctor Boom. So Ari is basically winning next turn.
Okay, well, let's see what Gara is able to get here. If he does get a Lightning Storm, that could be pretty crucial. Haunted Creeper, that's not what he wants. So we've got a Hex for the Doctor Boom.
Isn't
And
he
then-
just dead? That's like 10 plus 2, 12 points of damage. Alright, he's not dead yet. And Hex will be very important there.
Oh,
Oh, wait, is that it?
I think if he rolls
Actually,
a
11.
taunt, yeah, if he rolls a taunt totem, he's okay. But he needs to roll the right totem here.
Yeah, he needs to taunt totem. There is exactly 11 damage on board.
Wow.
He's dead if there is no taunt totem.
Oh, he doesn't get it. That's it. Ari is going to level up this series 2-2 against Gara's Shaman.
Wow, what a combo. This
What
game
a
was
back and forth game.
Gara's favor.
That's insane. There were so many times that game seemed to be in Gara's favor from the very word go, and Ari just fought back into that, similar to how we saw Dale with the Warrior yesterday. You know, staying in a game which he really had no business still being in, and then managed to come back and somehow get the victory with what, you know, just next turn lethal. Absolutely crazy. Well, we've got the Rogue of Gara left. And once again, we're going to 5 games. This just shows, Nimsh, how much these players have accomplished. That both these semi-finals, and in fact 2 of our quarterfinals as well, going to 5 games.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. I really enjoyed the series where Ari is trying to pull a Dale and win 3-0 with the last deck that has awkward matchups versus the rest of the lineup. So even though Gara had an advantage, right now Ari is the one who has momentum coming into this last game, because you know it seems like it's great if you start with a 2-0, but then if you face your opponent in the 5th game, Ari is the one who just won 2 games. Gara is the guy who lost 2 games in a row. So mentally, Ari is the one who's having an advantage.
Okay, well, let's get into this exciting game. I can't wait any longer. We're going to find out who our second finalist is. Gara against Ari, Rogue versus Warrior.
You're back.
Victory on
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Semi-finals. Gara versus Airy.
Okay, so we see some good options coming there for Ari. Fiery War Axe, Death Spite, and some pretty good opening cards for Gara as well. I'm so excited about this matchup, Nimsh. This is going to be so close. I can just feel it.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup as well, and it's much different than before. So originally Rogue was bad versus Warrior because you had you still in theory have a limited amount of damage that you can pull off throughout the whole match, and Warrior is using armor ups and can heal a very big amount of health. So basically, as a rogue, you need minions. Like, you need minions because minions will create some kind of board and deal amounts of damage that can pull through whatever Warrior is doing. And removal cards are really crucial as well. Right now for Gara, we see that he is missing the 3 mana minions, so he only has this Lothab. That's pretty bad for this matchup from my perspective. For Ari, well, he has the weapon to deal with a possible 3 mana minion. He has Acolyte of Pain, so it's looking good. He doesn't have the Belcher, doesn't have his Shield Maiden, but he picks up Dr. Boom, so he has some kind of endgame already.
So we're just going to see the Fan of Knives cycled here, because there's not likely to be many targets in the Warrior deck. And Gara just trying to filter his deck a little bit, especially because he had 2 of those in his hand.
Gara deciding to attack with a weapon, so he assumes that the next turn he's probably going to refresh it instead of using Deadly Poison at say 7. He is going to use the Deadly Poison anyway to clear the Acolyte. Well, you have to. You have to limit the number of cards that Warrior is going to draw. And it's not like you are going to YOLO attack phase to limit the armor with the Deadly Poison. It's mostly used for minion trading.
Yeah, absolutely. That's so crucial. We see the Armor Smith, but we're going to see a Death Spite come down. He's just going to develop that. Quite a lot of weapons in the hand for Ari. Oh, he's actually going to go with the just Armor Smith, Armor Up. Okay, it looked like he was thinking about a weapon. But he does have Dr. Boom in his hand and has the late game threats that Gara doesn't have in his hand yet.
Gara is finally able to play his first minion. And then no Deathspite presence means that Lothap is going to survive at least. Well, he can actually trade Armorsmith and Deathspite into that. But taking 5 damage and losing armor here.
Yeah, and only getting 1 armor off your Armorsmith, that doesn't feel good. Double sap for Gara. And another cycle with the Fan of Knives.
That will be very annoying for Gara when Dr. Boom is getting dropped on turn 6. Also, for Ari, it's great information that he can play this Dr. Boom without much problem.
Yeah, knowing those 2 fans are gone is pretty crucial information. And we're going to see the Dr. Boom come down here. Like you say,
on the other hand, Gara was cycling Fan of Knives to get into Violet Teachers, into possible Edwin Van Cleef if he plays 1, Farseers, Azure Drakes, basically minions, but his hand is full of spells.
Yeah, this hand is not what he needs here. He does have the South Sea deckhand, but that's not really needed. This already feels a bit like a slugfest, like the last matchup, where they're just going to have to use whatever they have and throw down big minions and just slug it out here for this final game. This is absolutely crucial. The winner, this match is worth $500 in itself. The winner of this game it guarantees themselves and double the prize money of the person who loses this game.
That's a lot of money. And also pride is on the line. Gara definitely, after winning 2-0, he doesn't want to lose here and lose this matchup. And it really feels bad if you're losing 2-3 because you know that it was very close, and especially being swept by the warrior deck. But Gara is in a bad position right now because he will have to clear the board, deal with this Dr. Boom already. And that means he is going to lose some damage. And he has the limited amount of damage. He would love to go for face, deal as much damage as possible to the hero instead of trying to deal with the bombs and clearing this Dr. Boom.
Yeah, so he is going to be able to deal with the Dr. Boom, and that's pretty important to be able to take that out. But Sludge Belcher, Alex Straza, Ari is going to be able to start throwing down more big threats these turns. And there's a Harrison Jones, that's pretty good as well.
Wow, Harrison Jones will be crucial. After Oil is being played or a second Deadly Poison, Harrison Jones will do a lot of damage and stop Gara from being more damaged there. Also, Gara is having double sap, which is really bad in this matchup. Like if you use it on Sludge Belcher, it's just getting replayed, especially if you don't have a board to show. Like if you have a board, you can use the sap as a tempo play, attack with the minions, cancel the turn. But if you don't have the minions on board, sap is not doing much, especially in this matchup where you don't sap the Shield Maiden or Ragnaros and stuff like that.
That's an antique heal bot in hand there for Gara, and is that an Azure Drake?
Yes.
Yeah. So he is starting to draw some minions, but really not what he needs. At this point, what do you think about Harrison Jones here, just to press the advantage?
I kind of like it, but do you really need it? I think you can just go for face, develop Armorsmith and armor up. You don't really have to rush that much. Just get them lower. Use Harrison Jones when the key moment happens. But I have nothing against using Harrison Jones as well. The only reason against it will be that they are going to clear your board anyway, and you have a hand that is almost full. It will be going to 8 cards, but there is no need. Like it's better to keep Harrison Jones for oil, and Ari did exactly that. He's patiently waiting, knows that this matchup is not about being super fast as a warrior. Just have to take the chances, dismantle the board on the other side, and stop the rogue from killing you. And if you do that, you win. It's not like you have to win versus win before the rogue is able to kill you.
Yep, so we're going to see the sap on the Sludge Belcher. It's a pretty good target for the sap here.
Yeah, it's one of the few you can actually target. And right now, Gara also has a minion on board. The board is definitely in his favor if he trades everything here. But this bomb, is he going to attack into a bomb and take a chance that Azure Drake is going to die?
I'm not sure. It's a difficult decision. It looks like he is going to from the arrow there. Yeah, he is going to go for it.
Bomb is going to hit Azure Drake for 1.
For 1 damage.
Well, losing Azure Drake right now would be devastating for Gara. Still, he's in a bad position. Even though he has so many cards, Warrior is comfortably sitting on 29. And Belcher is just back here.
Ari can take his pick of what removal he wants to use there. Goes for the Execute. Probably the best option, particularly as he's starting to build up this armor even more. And that Belcher comes back down. Another spell that Gara really doesn't need. He's going to see the second Azure Drake here. There's another Tinkers. He really doesn't need to see these spells. He needs to start getting some minions.
He got double oil, which is representing a lot of damage with Blade Flurry as well. So Gara might try to get into a one-shot situation. Double oil, if the minion is on board, can provide you with 12 points of damage. With a Blade Flurry, that's another 6, so that's 18 points of damage. You can basically one-shot people with that. But Ari, as you said, has a lot of removal in his hand. He will be able to deal with this board easily as well.
A Gromash top deck at this point would have put Gara down to 1 health. So a little bit of a let off there. He does have the Alexstrasza, and the Shield Slam is going to come down. Yeah, it's going to be an Alexstrasza. That's a nice big threat for the board.
Yeah, that's something that Gara will have to sap. And even if Gara uses spells like Eviscerate to clear his Alexstrasza, Ari is fine with that. Whatever happens with this Alexstrasza is okay. And he knows that if sap is out of the way, then he can play any minion without being worried. Tempo loss. Gara can also use the oil right now because the weapon has only 1 durability charge. So he wants to use that weapon and then refresh it.
Difficult for Gara these turns. Yeah, he needs to go for that. He needs to really go for it here. Does have prep and sprint, so he can look for more options, but time is slipping away from Gara here. Like I said, actually, now he's down below. Ari has 16 damage with a Gromash top deck. Even if he clears the Alexstrasza, which he is going to do. He's going to trade. Oh no, he's not. He's just going to go face.
Yeah, Gara is going yellow. He knows that there is no other good way to win this match if you don't deal damage. But that's going to be it. Like, there is exactly 14 points of damage. Like, even more with double Taskmaster. Just go for face with weapon, then... well, first Alexstrasza. Wait. Actually...
Yeah, because he can't Taskmaster the Alexstrasza. That's just what I was going to say.
Well,
because of the Blade Flurry, puts the Alexstrasza to 1 damage, and Ari can't Taskmaster the Alexstrasza. Otherwise, 1 Taskmaster would have been lethal.
Wow.
That's a really astute read from Gara.
That was a sick read from Gara.
Speak to me.
Does he... Yeah, he's got BGH, so he can clear the 9-2. This Slugfest looks like it's coming to its conclusion here. He's actually going to use the Taskmaster rather than the BGH. Keep the BGH for, I guess, any just in case. Oh no, he's just gonna play it. That's interesting.
Yeah, there is a Blade Flurry, so Gara can still maybe get something with the sprint. I'm still impressed about putting Alexstrasza on 1 to be able to stop the buff and counting damage that the warrior will not be able to kill you. Preparation is something that he needed exactly.
But that's it. It's over.
No, he can still flurry.
But Ari has weapons in hand that are gonna.
Yeah.
There's no healing for Gara. Ari has the fiery war axe in hand, and this is gonna be it. Ari is gonna have her 2 unknown players in the final, beating out the 2 big name players, and that is going to be it. Ari reverse all killing with Warrior, 2 reverse all kills in a row from our open qualifiers to make our final here. Wow.
Both control players. It's just first Dale with the Paladin, and now Ari with the Warrior. That's actually amazing. Amazing match, played well by both players. We've seen some Shaman action, and we've seen some Mage, and we've seen an amazing Warrior play from Ari. 3 games in a row, just sweeping Gara with Warrior. I really want to see more of Ari in the final versus Dale.
Well, we're going to find out a little bit about Ari and about how he's going to prepare for that final. It's coming up in just a minute. We're going to get a chat with Ari. We're going to go on a quick break, maybe 5 minutes. Come back with Ari, have a quick chat with him, and then we're going to get ready for our best of 7 grand final for $3,000. It's going to be Dale mixed all in his way here, and Ari, who just knocked off Gara, knocked off Kalento, so many other big names. We'll talk about it in the build-up. But we've got a huge final ahead of us. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the HearthStats League. All right, we're back here with the HearthStats Champions League finals, and I'm so delighted to say we are here with our second finalist, the all-conquering Ari. Ari, it's been such a long journey for you guys, you and Dale both, coming through the Grinders League, the Challengers League. You know, you've beaten so many big names to get here. You won your group over Faramir and Impact. You beat Tiddler Celestial. You beat Kalento. You beat, and you know, you've beaten Gara here today. How does it feel to finally be in the final?
It feels really great. Like, I'm really relieved after losing the first 2 games versus Gara. I'm just really happy.
That's actually pretty sick score. Congratulations. And I need to ask you the same question I asked Dale before. Do you have any card game experiences?
No, this is actually my first card game. I didn't play Magic or anything, and I got into this game by watching Crip, and that's basically how it all started.
All right, so we've got Crip to blame for you being in the final here, but you know, we talked a little bit about your background, obviously coming into this, and we talked about how you really like your rogue deck, but that definitely didn't serve you well. It was actually the warrior that reverse all killed when you were sitting there at 2-0 down, you know, against such a top player as Gara. He's absolutely dominating you with his mage deck that, you know, you don't know what to expect from that mage deck. How did you feel at 2-0 down? Did you think there was any chance you were going to come back?
Very, very little, like, because the warrior versus shaman matchup it's pretty hard for a warrior, and there was just like a slight chance, and I just managed to pull through. And his mage deck, I thought it was gonna be mech mage, but all the unstable portals and the flame cannons really threw me off.
You didn't play water elementals though, so still that was a pretty interesting matchup. I think like you played all of the matches exceptionally well, especially that shaman versus warrior where you mentioned you had a slight chance, but and even after playing Grommash and Grommash getting silenced, you still like developed the board and were able to like, turn the game around. So how did you prepare for this tournament? Because you say you didn't have any previous card game experiences, so this is your first card game overall. How did you get to this point? You're in the final of one of the major tournaments, going through all those top players. How did you become this good?
Well, like Firebat and me, we just have like a Google Hangout that we usually go to, and we just play like 8-man tourneys like consistently throughout the whole day, and it just like helps practice like the 4 decks 1 band strategy, and it's kind of similar to this one. And
so you're going into this final here against Dale. Obviously, you beat Dale in the groups. You were in the same group coming through that group with Firebat. But you actually came out on top in that matchup against Dale, and we'll never let him forget that Dale shield slammed with no armor against you. But having won that game against him in the group stage, do you think that gives you an advantage in the final?
Just a little bit of like confidence boost about it.
Well, we're going to get into the grand final in just a second. Obviously, the grand final is going to be a 7-deck format with 3 bands. We're going to see 2 decks that we haven't seen before from you. Have you got any surprises for us in your 6th and 7th deck?
Yeah, I have a few surprises that you'll just have to wait to find out, I guess.
Absolutely. Well, I can't wait. We're going to get into that band phase very, very shortly. Ari, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We'll let you go away and prepare for the grand final and get your classes set up. But we're going to get into this. And Nimsh, we're going to look back at the tournament a little bit once we get the screen changed here. Okay, so we can see the bracket here with the quarterfinals and the semifinals. Obviously, so many great players have fallen at this point to get to the point where Ari and Dale, 2 players who most people watching this will never have heard of before, are in the final. But Ari talked a little bit there. He's a practice partner of the world champion Firebat. He's certainly known to a lot of the NA pros, in particular D2 talked about that earlier in the week. He's somewhat of an underground name, but he certainly can't be considered an unknown at any point anymore. And this feels a bit like one of these players is about to have their silent storm moment.
Oh yeah, certainly. It's like we have an excellent final. Those people, those players, they went through all the pros, all the tough brackets, and they deserve to be in the final right now. And for me, it's really exciting because NA versus EU, right? Like Dale representing EU from Czech Republic, Ari representing United States. Where Ari playing versus world champion before Dale, just practicing on ladder and having his own practice partners from Czech Republic. This will be a very interesting matchup. Both players proved to be very good control players. Dale winning versus Amaz basically with his warrior and a hunter deck, and then showing his paladin skills, where Ari showing his warrior skills versus Gar right now, and before showing hunter skills versus Six. So both players really good all-around players, knowing the matchups for both control and aggro decks, exceptional players. And as you mentioned, one of those guys is going to win this, and he will have this tournament win on their record, and not anymore an unknown player, a player that wins HearthStats today, tonight, and gets the championship.
I mean, this tournament is certainly a tournament that's had great significance in the development of a number of pro players. It was ECOP's first major win, I think, later last year when he won the whole tournament. It was Firebat's first placing at a major tournament. This is a tournament which can really lead to great things for these players, and there's certainly names to watch out for. But I just want to go back and revisit the players that all these guys beat to get here, because you might not have heard of these guys, but they've earned their place. They came through the 288-person Grinders League, and in the Champions League, the Challengers League, which was the tournament to qualify for this one, Dale defeated D2. He beat Dark Wonix. He beat Dart in that league, and then coming into this, in the group stages, he beat Pause My Wham and he beat Firebat before beating Amaj yesterday, and then Alchemist in our semi-final. Ari, on the other hand, he beat Faramir. He beat Taylor Celestial, and then he 3-0'd Colento, and then we've seen him beat Firebat. We saw him, in fact, 3-0 Firebat, 3-0 Pause My Wham, and then 3-0 6. So he's actually only dropped one game, and that was in the game against Dale in Group C. So that does give him a little bit of an advantage, not having lost many games, not having showed as many decks, and obviously having the advantage of previously having beaten Dale. How much of a difference do you think that makes in tournaments when you get to the playoff stage and you're playing in someone who you already beat earlier in the tournament?
Well, that's definitely giving you an advantage. And we've been when we were talking to Dale, he even said he lost to Ari, so there is this psychological problem that he's facing. That hey, I lost against this guy. It will be hard to win against him again. So he wanted to face Gara, but he is going to face Ari again, and then he will be. It's tough because for Dale, it's like, okay, I lost versus this guy, so I might lose again. I have to do everything in my power to actually win this time. And for Ari, he might be a bit relaxed because he might be thinking, hey, I won versus Dale, no problem, I can win again. And then he can underestimate Dale and actually lower his expectations and be a bit relaxed. So on both sides, it's like more or less equal, but I will have to give an advantage to Ari because he really has momentum. He just won versus Gara, and Dale was waiting. Dale was just watching this game probably and being stressed about what's going to happen. And Ari is coming to this match after 3-0ing Gara, and Dale had this cooldown timer after winning versus Alchemist. So even though I think they are evenly matched, I'm giving a slight edge to Ari.
Okay, well, we're going to get ready to do the ban phase and show you the class screens here for this final for Dale versus Ari. Once again, if you don't know what the format is, we do a multi-ban format here in the HearthStats Champions League. And for this final, it's a best of 7, and each player has brought 7 decks to this tournament. So we're going to have, they submitted at the start of the quarterfinals, they submitted 7 decks and picked 5 for the first 2 stages. So they've had 2 decks in reserve that they knew were only ever going to be used in the grand final. So I'm really interested to see what kind of strategies gone into picking those 2 decks.
That's really exciting because it only proves that those players, they know all the decks and all the matchups. You can't get to the final of this tournament with 7 decks if you're only good with Hunter or Zoo on ladder. You really have to practice those control matchups, the aggro matchups, the mid-range matchups, because you can face anything with 7 decks with 3 bans.
I mean, you've got to face the prospect of your best deck being maybe your 4th favorite. And you've got to be able to win a best of 7 series with those decks, so that's going to be very interesting. There are 3 bans, and the bans are done in rounds. They're not done just all at once. So what we're going to see is essentially like a pick and ban phase a little bit, or it's going to be a little bit like LCS, where you see the bans come in rounds and each take turns banning. So we're going to have the first ban come in. We'll see it on the screen. They'll obviously then be able to see what has been banned and reevaluate their lineups, their 6 against what 6 are left, and then go down to 5 and then 4. So we're going to see the rounds of bans come in. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to visually represent all of the bans because that's a lot of classes to fit on our class screen. But we will bring you those rounds of bans as soon as we can. I think we should be about ready to get into the class screen here. Yep, just a second for our producer to get those ready. But what kind of classes do you think could be those? We've seen what classes these guys have brought. We saw the Paladin, Priest, and Warrior of Dale in the first semi-final, and we saw the Warrior, Rogue, and Druid from Ari. And I think Ari brought the Mage and the Hunter were banned, if I remember rightly, from Ari.
Well, to be honest, if I'm thinking 3 bans with 7 classes, I just can't imagine. It feels like all the good decks are going to get banned. And we are going to see like priests on shaman, on like paladin versus, I don't know. Rogue is actually good, but then basically the underdog classes being used.
Okay, so we've seen the first 2 bans come in, and we've got the 5 decks that are left. So Dale banned the Mage, and Ari banned the Rogue, and then Dale banned the Druid, and Ari banned the Mage. So we can see what we're left with here is Hunter, Paladin, Warrior, and Priest for Dale, and Hunter, Paladin, Warlock, Warrior, and Druid for Ari. So 1 more ban to come in here. Both Hunters still up, and a Druid still up for Ari. This is looking pretty interesting here. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Hunter ban on both sides, or maybe even a Druid ban for Ari.
Yeah, it's like the lineups are the same. There's the only difference is Druid and the Priest. So looking at this, I'm giving an advantage to Ari, bringing the Druid and Druid not being banned for now. But then I think at this point, with so many decks, banning Hunter on both sides, we'll see a lot of like Paladin versus Priest versus Warrior. A lot of
Warlock
control
decks.
stuff.
Those Warlock decks are going to be really interesting. That could well decide, how these lineups actually shake out. Is what archetype of Warlock each player's brought. Is it a Handlock? Is it a Zoo? Is it a Demon Lock? Is it a Dark Lock? There's so many different varieties, but we do see Mage being the only class to be banned on both sides, and it is just a double Hunter ban. Oh, so we're going to need to relaunch the Hearthstone client there, just so we can go back to the class screen.
Double ban on Mage, double ban on Rogue, and the only Mage and Hunter. So Mage and Hunter is double banned, and then the only difference is a ban on Rogue and Druid.
Yeah.
So 1 Druid alive. Another player not bringing the Rogue at all. So Dale decided to not bring the Rogue at all. If he didn't practice with Rogue, that makes a lot of sense. But as you said, Warlock will be the kind of like a ninja class because anything can happen. But knowing those 2 players and watching them play for the last 2 days, I would not expect a Zoo. I think those guys, they love control. They do play a lot of control. So I would expect Handlocks and Demon Locks, 1x Locks, something that will help you to heal a lot and control the board.
So if you're Ari here, do you maybe open with the Druid and try and just press that advantage that you think you have in the lineups, with that being probably the strongest class represented still in the lineups here?
Yeah, I certainly think that opening with a Druid or opening with a Paladin is fine. Both decks are just good versus the lineup, and flexible, all around good decks that can win versus anything. And you want to test with the Warriors with them. I would not open with Warrior because I would try to keep it as a counter. But on the other hand, we've seen Dale open with Warrior before. So, well, the more reason to actually open with Druid if Dale is going to open with Warrior again.
This is so exciting, Ninja. I can't wait. We're going to have a new star current here in Hearthstone. Someone is going to have their career as a pro player kickstarted here with the Hearthstats Champions League final, and we're going to get into game number 1 right now.
Malfurion.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Grand Finals. Dale CZ versus Airy.
Okay, so Dale, it looks like Handlock against the Druid of Ari, as we correctly predicted. How does this matchup shake out? Handlock was such a strong class in tournament play for so long, but it has kind of fallen out of favor a little bit.
Yeah, so Druid is actually a good... Well, it's a bad matchup for Handlock, because Druid is running the combos, BGH, Silence, so it has the tools to shut down Twilight Drakes, Giants. But on the other hand, Handlock, if Druid doesn't draw the removal cards, Handlock is in a good position, especially with Dale having both Twilight Drake, Mountain Giant, and Sludge Belchers. Handlock is a bit different than before because you do run the new cards. And well, Kel'Thuzad as well might seem a bit greedy, but seeing those Sludge Belchers, I think actually Kel'Thuzad seems to be really nice, especially if you keep the Giant and then follow up with Kel'Thuzad if there's no BGH. It will be very hard to deal with the board for the Druid.
And it's very interesting for Dale. He does get the Twilight Drake and the Mountain Giant in hand, so pretty perfect start. But there's also Coin and Innervate for Ari, so he's got some options as well. In fact, he could go for an Ancient of Lore here.
I'm not sure if Ancient of Lore is that good now. You are expecting... Oh, he actually can, because you do want to draw the answers. You will, as a Druid player, you would expect a Giant or a Twilight Drake coming next turn. So you might go for that to draw the answers. And you also develop a 5/5 on board. Playing Lothep is not doing much, as well as playing a Pilot Shredder. So he goes for the Ancient of Lore, as you said.
Yeah, I kind of like this. He's going to draw the Sludge Belcher, so he's got some good options for turn 5 as well. That's one of the big mistakes that the players... when I say there's big mistakes that some players make, I mean mistakes that I've made, is that you innovate out something, and you think, great, I've just put a huge minion on the board, and then you've no follow-up play.
Yeah, you just destroy your curve. And as a Druid, it's very important to use Innervate only when you know that... basically, you use Innervate to fix your curve. If you just innervate something big and destroy your curve, it's bad. Here, Dale playing this Mountain Giant, it's just a correct play. There is a lower chance that there is a BGH than an actual Keeper of the Grove. And this Mountain Giant is already going to do some work here.
This is absolutely huge. Mountain Giant coming down. Trading with the Ancient of Lore. Yeah, so he is in Wrath range, and that first Giant's going to be dealt with. The first Giant, not the huge problem. It's going to be obviously Giants 2, 3, and potentially 4 that are going to be questioning how Ari's going to deal with them. Dale, not too low on health here, does have the Twilight Drake available.
Twilight Drake and Dark Bomb. Dark Bomb to clear the Lothab. You develop a very strong minion on board. You do stop the Pilot Shredder from attacking with a 1/2. It's shaping pretty good for Dale, actually. He has a very strong follow-up with Dr. Boom. He has Kel'Thuzad, Defender of Argus. He has all the options to be able to develop the board himself. And you know, Handlock seems like we are saying that Handlock is a control deck because you do have a lot of removal AoEs with Shadow Flames, Siphon Souls. But Handlock is more like a beatdown deck. You do want to play those big minions like Giants, Twilight Drakes, Dr. Boom. And if you do that, you have a good chance to win the game pretty fast with those big minions. Here the board got cleared by Ari, and he developed the Shredder and a Keeper. Keeper was top deck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was pretty crucial to deal with Twilight Drakes.
So Dr. Boom is getting developed by Dale, and now Ari has to decide how to clear that. He doesn't have the BGH, and he can't really deal damage as well. So those two minions are not clearing it. Going for face is tricky, because if you go for face, you have to think about Molten Giants being dropped by the Handlock player. And also a very important thing is that Ari doesn't have any part of the combo. If you have Force Nature Savager, you can squeeze in a couple of points of damage and then hope to win with the combo if there is no Taunt Giver from the Warlock. But if you don't have the combo, well, you just default minions and hope for the best. The best being no Shadow Flame.
Yeah, so we're going to see Shader next round. We're going to see a Sludge Belcher. And the board's starting to fill up for the Druid. No combo pieces in hand at all. But Dale similarly doesn't have any healing outside of Jiraxis so far. There's the Shadow Flame.
There is a Shadow Flame top deck.
Ancient Watch or Shadow Flame. That it feels pretty good, I guess.
Well, Kel'Thuzad is also an option. But then again, next turn is turn 9. That's the combo turn. So you can't ignore the combo. How much health does Dale have? It's like it's 15, right?
Yeah.
So he's still safe from the combo. So he can actually ignore the combo this turn. He will have the Jiraxis next. Shadow Flame is great, but if you maybe play Kel'Thuzad and then kill the Belcher with a 7/7, use the Boombots to kill the 1/2. No, I think it's too dangerous. You can't deal with randomness from Boombots.
Yep, so we're going to see the Shadow Flame clear here. It's going to clear that Shade. It's absolutely crucial. And another Mana Ray. Well, that's
another Mana Ray from this series today.
Which dies straight away thanks to bombs. And we see Slime traded. And that's pretty good from Dale. And he actually, thinking about taunting up here, I guess just to that ultimate respect on the combo.
Yeah, taunting up is nice. Even though you can think about the Black Knight destroying the boom for free, you do want to protect yourself, and he has Defender of Argus anyway and the Sludge Belcher. Wow.
He has to draw. He's looking for the combo. Does get the BGH, so that's going to help him next turn.
Well, the problem is for Dale that for Ari, that Dale can actually play Kel'Thuzad right now. He is safe and he can clear the board. Then it will be extremely difficult for Ari to clear both Kel'Thuzad and the minions, especially having this big taunt on the board. It's so tempting to play this Kel'Thuzad.
Yeah, I kind of like it. I'm not sure what else you do here. Here's another question about this matchup with Handlock versus Druid. When you're pretty sure you're playing against double combo Druid, is Jiraxis kind of a dead card? Because that threat of burst damage from 15 health is always so prevalent.
I don't think Jiraxis is a dead card in this matchup. Basically, you don't force Jiraxis. You do play Jiraxis where you do have taunts. So it's like if you have a Sludge Belcher, at some point Druid, like we've seen it in an Alchemix game, sometimes you just you do have enough health and minions on board, and Druid is just sitting on the combos. So if you develop taunts like Molten Giants or Sludge Belcher, you can play Jiraxis to get an infinite amount of 6/6s.
Yeah, so we're going to see charge to kill this Kel'Thuzad here. That's going to be pretty important.
Yeah, Ari was able to clear both Dr. Boom and Kel'Thuzad. If he would not be able to, that game would be lost. But right now, he was able to clear that. He has one part of the combo, and still has some cards that will be relevant here.
There's the Jiraxis. And that's going to start working away at the health of Ari. This match very finely balanced here.
Yeah, that's a very a Savage or top deck. He is 1 damage of lethal. So here is your answer. Like even if there is a Jiraxis play, you still can't win if you don't have anything else. Innervate will be lethal, but then we've seen one Innervate already.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a repeat from last time. Dale just assuming there is no Innervate with the combo that's going to kill him.
This time he's on 15 health though, so it's definitely feels worse. And he does have Hellfire to clear this Shade, because it's, again, that Shade is such a big threat with the Savage or Force of Nature combo. Do you think you maybe trade the 2/2 into the Sludge Belcher and then Hellfire here?
I think that's the that's certainly a play you can do. You can still also play a 6/6 and Defender of Argus to have a 7/7 minion, and maybe
That always feels nice.
yeah, but then again, it's like a 7 attack minion. So on the other hand, you're not happy because there is a BGH.
Might just go for the heal bot here.
Healbot will only heal the 4 because it heals to maximum.
Yeah,
So,
sure. But he wants to stay above 14 if at all possible. Oh, the second Savage Roar!
Second Savage Roar is huge.
So Innervate is lethal.
Yeah, again, is Ari going to top the Innervate? Or is he going to just sit on this double combo like Alchemix for X turns to find himself losing versus Dale? This game is really exciting. Anything can still happen. It's like the beauty of Hearthstone. Those players, they do have to make good decisions, but anything can still happen in this game.
Yeah, this is balanced on a knife edge. It's such a close game. These two players have fought so hard. They know each other. They've seen how each other play.
Siphon Soul is pretty nice pickup. He can silence the Sylvanas and Siphon Soul it.
This feels like Dale is getting the advantage here.
Yeah, definitely. He keeps the Sludge Belcher. He gets up to 14. Develops a 6/6 and also deals 6 damage to Ari. So Ari will drop down to 9, which means that there's a lethal situation next turn.
Needs to top that Innervate right now.
No Innervate for him.
And that's one off lethal if he plays the Druid of the Claw. 8 damage apart from the 6 damage that if you take away the 6 damage that's needed to clear the Druid of the Claw, it's 8 damage for Dale. So this is getting super close now.
Isn't it lethal for
yeah,
Dale?
Of course, because he has the Defender. Yeah. So Dale can play the Defender, get that extra 1 damage, and this is probably actually, yeah, you get extra 2 damage. So even with the hero power, it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, it's 10 points of damage. That's it.
Yep, that is going to be it. So the Defender of Argus. Defender of Argus is such an MVP card for Dale.
Yeah, it is. Definitely. It's like addition. Well, it's in Headlock, it's not a surprising card. But it is definitely a Dale card.
Oh, here we go. Defender of Argus. I guess he sees it.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, there we go.
Times. You want to be 100% sure before you make any moves.
All right, well, Dale's going to take game number 1 against the Druid, and that's actually pretty crucial. We talked about Druid being the strongest class left after the 3 bans, and Dale's been able to take it out in game number 1.
Yeah, also, like, it's a good matchup for the Druid with all the removal cards, and, being able to deal with Twilight Drake, with the Giants, with BGH, but Dale showing his courage, just playing this Jaraxxus in a key moment where there was an opening. Even though Ari had the combo, he wasn't able to kill him, and then they'll stabilize with all the other cards. Even like ignoring this Innervate. That was a kind of like a risky play, but was it really? I think because you've seen one Innervate before, so it was a play to win, not playing not to lose.
Okay, so let's get into game number 2 and see what Ari's going to respond with.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1 Grand Finals. Dale CZ versus Airy.
Okay, so Ari's going to respond to the handlock with the Paladin here, and once again, Dale getting the Mountain Giant and the Twilight Drake in his opening hand. That's just kind of disgusting. You did see from Ari's opening hand as well there, a card that you don't see in every Paladin deck. It's Twitch chat's favorite card. It's called the Cog Hammer. You have to be very careful
that was
with
a perfect
the
pronunciation.
You have to be very careful with the G.
Reporting for duty.
That's the G. The G is silent.
I have to say Lothar was probably the worst at pronouncing that when we casted the Challengers League, because it just sounded so wrong every time he said it. We love you, Lothar, but
sometimes you can't help it. But still, this matchup is really difficult. On the one hand, you might think that Paladin has an advantage, and looking at Ari's hand, definitely feels like that. There is the BGH, there is the The
Aldor
free
Peacekeeper.
yeah, the Peacekeeper. So he can deal with the Giants, and even he can deal with the Twilight Drake just by limiting the amount of damage. But normally, this matchup actually goes to endgame, and in the endgame, Jarax is the key card, because Paladin, even though there's tons of removal with equalities as well, Paladin is going to spend this removal at some point. And after the removal is spent, there's Jaraxxus. And Jaraxxus provides an infinite amount of Infernals. And that's where Handlock is actually winning the game.
Yeah, this feels like a really, really delicate matchup, but the Handlock hand is really, really good here. That Peacekeeper is going to come down on the Twilight Drake, so that's going to be a giant Dude Slayer.
Ultimate Dude Slayer.
So we do see double Owl for Dale as well, so he's got lots and lots of options.
Yeah, also there is no draw for the Paladin. And the cards, there's a lot of removal cards that are important, but on the other hand, the cards are not that great. Chasm Mystic is not doing much, it's just a blank 4-drop. Healbot is not something you play as well. Just a free for 5 mana. Tyrion might be important, but then double Iron Beak, so one of them is definitely going to survive till turn 8 to silence Tyrion.
Definitely. If you've got Silence, you definitely need to keep it for Tyrion.
Also, Dale has double Molten Giant, so this BGH is going to get spent on the Mountain Giant at some point, probably next turn. And then BGH is done. And, you know, with Aldor Peacekeeper used, BGH being used, if Dale gets low enough to play those Molten Giants and then taunt them with Defender Argus, that might be game. Ari will need to pick up Equality somewhere at some point.
Yep, this is going to be super important. Lotheb coming to hand for turn 5. That feels like a pretty good pickup. Kazan Mystic from Ari's Paladin. That's not going to serve him well in this matchup. It could well... no, there's actually no real decks of Dale that that's going to help with unless his Paladin runs secrets.
Yeah, Lotheb is definitely a good pickup. A 5/5 that's stopping the spells for this turn. So now Dale not being able to play any spells. Is he going to play Mountain Giant? That's certainly a play, especially if you don't expect a BGH. Or even if you expect the BGH, you might think, hey, alright, I play my Mountain Giant for 3 mana. That's a decent free drop for, like, you know, A8 for free. And even if there is a BGH, I will be able to clear his board passively with the Shadow Flame. He doesn't have a great minion for Shadow Flame. He will be able to Shadow Flame the Iron Beak, but he still has a chance to top deck the Watcher. Right now, he's thinking about playing Iron Beak because he can. Is he going to burn a card? It's 9 cards. No, he's not going to burn a card.
Fine. It's interesting that the Giant also trades with what's on hand on the board, so the BGH isn't incredibly necessary, but it's good to get the BGH, and this does feel like he might be overextending a little bit, though.
We can see Ari doing the math right now. How low can I get him before Molten Giant is actually dangerous? So Ari's trying to figure out where do you want to attack and how much damage do you want to deal. You might also consider going yellow.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely an argument for that, but whether or not you can just go for it and push yourself as far as possible.
I think Iron Beak, Shadow Flame is actually a beautiful play. Paladin is not going to burst you.
So many
there's no great way to deal with this Lotheb, but the Iron Beak Shadow Flame feels pretty good.
You might actually think about silencing Zombie Chow.
Yeah, that's a good point. I definitely think that's a very viable play. Wouldn't blame him at all for that. Is he gonna do it?
I think Savitz was one of the players that always tried to teach people to use Farseer against Handlock, to heal Handlock, and to stop the Molten Giants.
How well did that work out?
That was working pretty well. I think somebody actually won a tournament by healing his opponent. But here, there was actually no need. I mean, silencing Zombie Chow had some merit because then you can play those Molten Giants. But then again, if you silence Zombie Chow, it's a signal, hey, I have at least one Molten Giant. Please attack me, get me to 10 because I do want to play them. But Ari actually got equality. This is super important. He will be able to clear Molten Giants if they are getting dropped.
Dale also draws the Hellfire here, though, and that could be... So can he drop Hellfire... Yeah, he could Hellfire and then play a Molten Giant this turn.
That's huge. I think
that's a really big turn. I mean, that doesn't feel like there's anything that's nearly as good as that. You can clear this Loatheb, clear the Kazan Mystic, so take the damage off the board, and then put the first Molten Giant down. And actually...
There's no reason not to play the Molten Giant after the Hellfire. You just want to spell the minion.
And then it's a quality Consecrate for Ares is the only way to deal with it.
Yeah, do you even do that? Like, you know, just using Equality Consecrate on one Molten Giant doesn't seem that well. Oh, he actually taps. So is he going to play both Molten Giants? I don't think there is a reason to.
No, I think you save the second one for dropping later on. But Ares could just play Tyrion here. That's going to be pretty costly.
Yeah, Siphon Soul is just waiting for this Tyrion. Still, it is a good play.
And another free Molten Giant.
But do you play another Molten Giant then?
Yeah, you don't want to overextend it to a Call to Consecrate.
This only shows like how experienced those players are. And dropping Tyrion here also was a good decision because you've seen one Iron Beak. So you have to assume that there is no second one, and Tyrion will be difficult to deal with.
This is so close. And it just shows how good both these players are. You know, they might not be the best known players, but they're making such good decisions, such good reads, playing to their outs, and it's something that I think Admirable says when he's casting quite a lot is playing to your win condition, not to survive. And oftentimes you find yourself playing to survive, trading, being defensive, and missing out on opportunities to play yourself for winning 5 turns from now, and not pressing your advantage or taking back the tempo. And these players show a really good understanding of just how you actually win games at this level.
Yeah, certainly. And Ari, Dale not playing a second Molten Giant is only showing the understanding of the matchup and knowing what he's playing against, with Paladin having 6 cards in hand. So Ari developed like 2 small minions. He's definitely not happy having a lot of removal cards and hoping that Dale is going to play something else so that he gets more value from this Equality Consecration. Dale actually can spend another card. It's not a problem for him. He can develop the Twilight Drake. Kel'Thuzad might be too ambitious at this point. Maybe Sludge Belcher?
Yeah, you could see the Sludge Belcher here, or maybe even a Sun Fury Protector just on the Twilight Drake.
I'm thinking, like, do you clear or do you go for face? Like, I definitely the 2/1 can trade with a 1/1. And I think you just have to go for face with the 8/8.
There's a second Equality Consecrate as well. Actually, Ari... Yeah, so he's going to go with the Equality Consecrate here, and he's going to be able to clear the Slime with the Antique Heal Bot. And then Dale might think, oh, great, well, I'm clear now to play my next Molten Giant, and maybe even Kel'Thuzad.
Yeah.
Or Taunt, and then there's a second Equality Consecrate in hand for Ari. If you're Dale, you're definitely not expecting 6 of the 6 cards Ari has, 4 of them to be Equality and Consecrate.
Yeah, certainly. That was such an important draw because it's exactly as he said. You've seen Equality Consecration. You're like, okay, I'm done. Like he did pull the trigger. Now I'm free to go.
Because that's what Dale was trying to bait out for the last 2 turns. Oh, this is such a finely balanced game. This game really could go either way at this point.
True. The only problem that Ari is facing, even though he has this fabulous Equality Consecration, is that he doesn't have anything else.
No.
He clears the board, and then what?
Move quickly.
Yeah, he definitely needs to start drawing some threats.
And one of the biggest threats in his deck is actually done. Like, Tyrion is no more. What he still has is Quartermasters and Master for Battle. Wow, Dr. Boom for Dale can actually flip this board again.
Yeah, I was just thinking that Dr. Boom comes into hand. If you play that, that's an instant, really threatening board presence and could potentially bait out the second equality Consecrate. And
Yeah,
that,
and you've seen a look. Go
yeah,
ahead.
that really feels like how Dale's going to win this game. Is how is he going to be able to bait out the second equality Consecrate, and what's he going to have left once it's done? That's what's going to decide the matchup at this point.
Is he going to play a Molten Giant? I think he will, because after seeing BGH, after seeing... It's exactly what we said. Like, at this point, after seeing Quality Consecration, you do overextend. And Ari will be super happy about that.
And that's a great pickup to refill the board once the equality Consecrate's done.
Yeah, that's one of the winning conditions we're talking about. If he gets... Dale definitely disappointed about it. Didn't expect second equality Consecration. And Ari developing Master for Battle, if he gets a Quartermaster, that's the board he needed.
Probably going to see Sylvanas Defender of Argus here. And that's going to be a nice, pretty big threat for Dale. He does need to start putting things in this board. He does know Equality Consecrate is done now, but as you say, he's going to be very, very worried about this Quartermaster potential.
Yeah, he's definitely worried that Quartermaster is already in the hand. There's no Quartermaster, but lay on hands.
And Ironbeak Owl, so you can silence the Sylvanas and lay on hands as well. This is so huge.
Yeah.
Sylvanas, second muster.
And suddenly Dale, because he overextended the second equality Consecration, is out of options. Like, he has the Scalpers out, but nothing on the board, more or less. Ari just dealing damage here, putting him low. There is this Defender of Argus, the second Defender of Argus, that will be important. There is the Shadow Flame, so they will get a chance to clear. But what does he do from then?
Well, I mean, another thing that's going to decide this game at this point is if Ari decides... Yeah, so Ari's going to go face. I think we'll probably see a Shadow Flame on the Defender of Argus, and then another Defender... Oh, Ancient Watch is a pretty good pickup as well. We know there's no silence left because you've seen both the silences now, I think. If you're...
Yeah, I'm just thinking, do you do Shadow Flame? It's like you kind of want to play Shadow Flame and Defender of Argus, and you can do all of that. Yeah, so you Defender of Argus and you Shadow Flame. You attack with Defender of Argus for 2 damage to face, and then Shadow Flame the Defender of Argus. Whoa, actually...
He's actually not going to bother with the Shadow Flame.
Interesting.
He's going to trade, remove the potential Quartermaster power. And at 4 life... Oh, there's the Quartermaster as well, and he's got second muster.
And a second master. Wow, and this will save Dale. Because after spending Shadow Flame on small minions, if Ari is going to play Master and Quartermaster, they will not have any kind of removal to stop that board.
He's actually not going to play. He's going to play Sylvanas instead. And the mini-bot.
And there's no more Iron Beaks. Oh, Alexstrasza. Wait, there was Jaraxxus. So he's playing both Jaraxxus and Alexstrasza. Interesting.
That is really interesting.
How much damage is there? He can get him to 5.
He has 6. Yeah, so he's... Well, I can get him to... Yeah, you can get him to... Yeah, get him to 5 if he decides to Alexstrasza Ari. But do you maybe... Oh, this is one of those really difficult moments, isn't it? I guess, just like we just talked about, playing to win versus playing to survive. Does Dale go aggressive and Alexstrasza Ari's face, or does he play defensively and expect maybe a Quartermaster turn or something huge?
If he goes aggressive, he's probably dead. With Sylvanas dying to anything. This Sylvanas from Ari was actually exceptional. It created a really difficult board after Iron being absent from Dale's hand or deck as well.
So he goes with the defensive Alexstrasza. That feels like a really good player, and he's just going to go face himself. Oh no, actually he's going to go face with the Sylvanas and trade away 2 of these recruits. That's pretty good.
Wow, this game is actually finding out in a way I didn't expect at all. There is still Jaraxxus somewhere.
Yep, Jaraxxus is coming.
Alright, Sylvanas is going to take something. What is it going to be?
Oh, it's the big taunt.
Not the worst, not the best.
No, that's the in between.
Yeah.
The big taunt. The 2-2 would have certainly been the worst, but if the 8-8 had gone over, that probably would have been the game. So we're gonna see Muster Quartermaster here. Oh no, we're not.
No,
We're just gonna see Muster and Sludge Belcher. Oh.
Whoops.
Just lost our HearthStone there a second. So
It's been a while.
Yeah, we've just been sitting watching some games, Hearthstone. Don't judge us. Jeez. Well, we're gonna jump back into this. Obviously, this game is reaching the crucial turns here that I think are really going to decide it. This game is swinging back and forward, just like the last one. Is swinging back and forward both ways. It's so difficult to call who's going to win these games.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see those players make their decisions, and every decision seems correct for now. Really exceptional control players. Handlock versus Paladin, very difficult matchup, and it is swingy, as you said. So last time we actually remember the last time we lost the feed, it was like Shaman versus Warrior, and the game turned around. Right now, I'm expecting. Whoa! Look at this.
How did that board get cleared? I don't know.
Shadow Flame.
Shadow Flame. Okay.
Flame. So yeah, Alexstrasza attack into Sludge Belcher and then a Shadow Flame.
Okay, but the board looking pretty scary from Ari now. At Quartermaster coming out now, but I think there's a heal bot. There's a Jiraxis.
6 plus 4, that's 10. That's 11 points of damage. Can you play Jiraxis here? That's the question.
It's so tough.
I wonder.
This is one of the great things about this format, is we're seeing matchups that we just never see in tournaments. When was the last time you saw Paladin versus Handlock?
Oh man, I think I saw it last year. Like, I haven't seen this matchup this year. It's like, it seems like everybody dropped Handlock.
Oh, how's that for damage? That's 4, 7, 11? Yeah, he's one off lethal here.
There is a heal bot.
Oh, there's a heal bot! Oh, the swings! Well, that's probably
he's a
enough.
taunt giver.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's used them all, hasn't he?
No, he used 2 of them. Sun Fury and Defender Varius. He
used 2 Defender. Oh, the Sun
my
Fury!
God, he actually got it. He got it.
Oh my god. I guess there's not many cards left in Dale's deck that he can draw, but he played both his Arguses, and one of the Sun Fury, so that was the only card in his deck that could save him here.
Sun Fury is the exact card he needed. Right now he's going to heal back and get those taunts, and he has Kel'Thuzad. 9 health, free attack. Is he going to kill one of the dudes just in case to prevent the second Quartermaster?
I think you do that. You also do that because it means that the trades for Ari are more awkward with the 3/3.
Yeah.
So I think you do kill the 3/3 here. I think that's pretty important.
It's really tough to say what else he has in his deck, but that's really unexpected. If Dale actually survives for the next 2 turns, he's going to win with those Infernals.
Can we see how many cards are left in the decks, if possible? So 7 for Ari and 5 for... So it's actually quite close on cards. The graphics are a little bit deceptive. It makes it look like Ari's got way more cards. But Dale's only actually 2 cards ahead. He hasn't life tapped a huge amount in this match. And obviously the Leon hands as well.
Yes, so Ari's going to clear the taunts and play this small shielded mini bot. That is still something that's important, but it's no way near a kill. So for now, Dale can actually develop this Kel'Thuzad, I believe.
If you don't play it now, then when, I think.
Yeah, you just play the Kel'Thuzad and play Infernal, kill the 2/2, attack phase with the weapon, and then next turn you will have at least 9 plus 2, that's 11. Yeah, that's exactly lethal next turn. So you set up lethal. Oh, that's even more than lethal, actually.
Yep, so here's the Infernal.
Free. Ari needs to top deck a second True Silver weapon. Or a Sludge Belcher to save himself. This is actually crazy. Like, if he top decks True Silver, he wins. If he doesn't top deck a True Silver, it will be hard to survive anyway.
So we've seen both Quartermasters. We've seen so much from these decks. Kel'Thuzad's going to come down. So yeah, trade with the 2/2.
And you go for...
Yeah, he's actually going to trade and then go face.
You don't have to go face. Like, you can kill the 1/1 still in case of a quartermaster, because you do win with the 6/6 and a 6/8.
Yep. Aldor Peacekeeper, does that keep him alive?
I think it does, actually. 6, 9, 10, 12. Yes!
Yeah, that just keeps him alive. Oh, man.
That might give him another turn. This is crazy. If he would go for face, that will be over.
So it gives him another turn in which to draw True Silver.
Does Dale run Defender Vargas? Defender Vargas would seal this game.
Well, Dale's already used 2 Defender Vargas.
He used both. All right.
Yeah, he's used both. He's used both Sun Furies, so there's no Taunt Givers left in the deck. He's used 1 Antique Heal Bot.
What about Belchers? I think there are still Belchers in the deck.
There's an Ancient Watcher. That's a blank.
Watcher is a blank. Wow. So he dropped to 3. Can you clear without dying?
You can leave the mini bot up, I think.
But then Master for Battle is lethal as well.
Has he not used both his... I think he's used both his musters, though. There aren't many cards left in either deck. I think we.
Oh, he can actually kill the 1/1 as well.
Yeah.
And then set up for lethal next turn. So now the card that's lethal... Master is not lethal anymore. That was exceptionally played. True Silver is still lethal. Consecration was used already.
Yeah, we see both of them.
So now Ari needs the top deck. Is he going to top deck the True Silver? Even Sludge Belcher does... Well, Sludge Belcher matters a bit.
Everything on the board for Dale. And it's
That's
a blank.
It. That's a blank. Wow.
What a game
Headlock.
here.
If I would tell you like a couple of days ago, hey, we're going to cast a final of this very long series with a lot of pros, where Handlock is actually going to start with a 2-0. Would you believe me?
This is insane. I don't know what's going on right now. And what do we have from Ari? Well, we have the Warrior, and Warrior versus Handlock.
It's bad.
I mean, yeah. That's not a great matchup. And we have a Warlock mirror match potentially.
Yeah. Then that's it's interesting. Well, we don't know which Warlock is that. Zoo is bad versus Handlock, and Darklock.
How is